Welcome. You join me and my friend Muggsy for Donald Trump. Of course, it was supposed to start at 2. I'm a little late myself because I couldn't connect. It wouldn't let me. All right, before you guys start coming in, I'm going to be right back. Ooh, sorry, Muggsy. Oh. Oh, Muggsy, how do you put up with me? I tell you. My girl, don't you lie to me. All right, here we go. It's live, guys. Countdown to the pre-show. Oh, they bumped it off till 2:30.
And he created and lived the American dream.
Oh, that's an old one. All right. Well, that stinks. I knew he was going to be late, but I didn't think he was going to bump it off a half hour. Yeah. Oh, my stickers are coming off. I should glue them on. My peace sign still there? Yeah. All right. Yeah. Chicken Hawk, welcome. Ah, long live the king. Thank you. Hey, welcome, Presh. Peace and love. Yes. Flying kiss. Chef's kiss. Mwah. Thank you for everyone for being here. Chicken Hawk started the trend of bringing dozens and dozens of roses because we never know how many ladies are going to be here at the rally today. Everyone say hi to Chicken Hawk. Hit that like button, please. I'll do it myself. Let me give myself a pat on the back and maybe a like too. Yes. All right, where am I? Who am I? There I am. Oh, you didn't use that picture. People are gonna hate on you today. I put the old putting hands on the guy in the hospital. All right, who do we have here? Shit, I can't pronounce that. Laughing, chatting. Man, today agreed, sir. Promise, sir. 2028. Let's go. Special occasion. You don't need a special occasion. Oh, for the crown? Um, Heavy as the crown. I can't wear it all the time, right? I have a bad neck. Um, I figure, you guys have been so nice to me lately that it's not fair that I call myself a king and not wear the crown. I don't know. I didn't put much thought into it, but I'll use that one. All right. Yeah. Man, I thought I got enough sleep last night. All right. Please, sir. Do keep reading lovely expressions. Amen to that. Amen. Amen. Yes. All right. What can we do here? President Donald Trump rallies for Lady Lindsay's sister, Darlene Graham. Let's go, Darlene. Let's see what you got, girl. And she said she's not a war hawk like her brother. We'll see. Dada. Welcome, John. Good time to spam the chat when it's going slow. Thank you. Trump calls himself a king, and he don't wear a crown. I think he stole the crown. Might have pawned it. it's in his bathroom with all those documents. Yeah. Papa. How about Pops? Can you spam the chat with Pops? You don't even have to put a parenthesis S, just Pops. Pops. Papa. All right. Like that. Yeah. Man, I'm not going to make it today. Today might be the day, guys. Is today the day? I don't know. Is it coffee? No. Ooh, smell that, guys. Oh, we don't have smell-o-vision yet. Anyone guess what this is? I'll give you a hint. It takes a rolling paper. I know it. I could probably break the Guinness World Book of Records for yawning right now. For sure. I think I could. I do an exercise because I'm starting to get the vagina neck, right? So I do this. I go, and I try to tighten this up, but it's not working. Maybe I'll duct tape the back of my neck like that. That looks better, right? Put a stitch in it in the back. There we go. Thank you. Yes, that's why we yawn, because we're trying to get oxygen into our depleted body. Yeah, does it turn you on? You know, you should bring her a dozen roses, Chicken Hawk. She's looking mighty fine. Yeah. I'm kind of attracted to Donald Trump's his neck. It's a meaty one. All right, enough of that. I'm going to drive away all my girls. What am I doing? Oh, they're not here yet? Oh, thank goodness. Thank goodness. 10 of them? Um, can I do 10 one-arm push-ups instead? Could I trade them in for one-arm push-ups? Put a one in the chat if that's okay. That might even wake me up. Are you hitting on my neck? Oh no. Princess? Oh, thank you. You know, I probably shouldn't smoke this medicine because I'm tired as it is. Come on, man. Hey, homegrown. Tired but good. How's your day going? Thank you for asking. Now hit that like button, guys. Come on now. I hit it, right? Did I hit it? Am I one of the three? Let me find out. I was gonna do it. I think I got sidetracked. All right, I'll be number 4. There we go. I'm number 4. Hopefully there'll be many more. There's 5. Thank you. Man, your face extremely happy, man. Every day I smile, and usually I laugh. I laugh a lot, especially when you guys entertain me. So no one guessed what that was. It was roach weed that I showed you. Yep. All right, to while we're waiting for 2:30 to come, what do you want to do? Laugh out loud? Love to do that. Yeah. Oh, nice. Dang, man, you must be ripped. Well done. I remember those days. Such a great feeling, homegrown. Sweet dreams. What's going on, Dr. Mantis? We have 2 doctors in the house, and we gained another couple doctors. We actually have 4 doctors on call at any one time now. Hey, Chris, welcome back. Yes, I got one coming. I got one in the chamber. Hold on. Yeah. Ah, man, that's horrible. Oh no, what's the matter, doctor? Yeah, you didn't tell me what was going on. I didn't pry, but if you want to let us know what's up, we're willing to empathize. I'm sure of it. Will you accept a yawning challenge? I accept. Do you want to call in for it? 978. Yeah, grab a pencil. Yeah, write this number down. No, I'll wait. You got it? All right. 978. Yeah, that's the area code. 978 786 1266. Call in with your challenge. Let's go. I just doxed the president's phone number. Don't call that. Oh no. What am I doing? Hey, Denise. That roach doobie will be heavy. Yes, I'll win the contest if I smoke this for sure. Oh, I'm so jealous, homegrown. My plants are like dwarfs. This was definitely my worst year ever for growing. They never grew. Oh no, doctor. I can see why you're so sad. Oh, so sorry. 17 beaten. Ugh. Wow, you've had a rough go at it, my friend. I can see why. I am so sorry. Thoughts and prayers to that family, those two families. Wow. That's sad. Oh, thank you. Please do accept Manly Read One Yawning Challenge live today. Yes. All right. It's on like Donkey Kong. Do all the yawns I've already accumulated count, or are we starting from right now? What? 5 funerals in 3 months? That's too much for any one person to handle. Wow. There's another one. Mark that one down. Wow. Oof. All right. Let's see if the president's on yet. I'm going to put it low in the background so I don't miss when he comes on. Oh, the vice president's talking. You guys want to hear that?
People who didn't want to build in America like Cleveland Cliffs, but people who were happy to build overseas, they got rich, and communities like this one got poor.
All right, they're showing Myrtle Beach. It's pretty crowded there.
Their bank account. Left after decades of public service with millions in stock portfolios. And what did all of you get? What did we get? If you were lucky, your neighbor's
look at that crowd at Myrtle Beach.
Country, while your tax dollars got shipped to fraudsters. And if you were unlucky, as I know many people in this room were, you were left raising a grandchild while you were mourning the child killed by the very poison brought across that wide open border. But just as it was a policy choice to let that happen, my friends.
Doctor, I hope you feel better emotionally, physically.
And in November of 2024,
so sorry to hear that.
Choice to reverse 40 years of American decline and make Donald Trump the president of the United States.
Let's go.
And I'm not saying it's going to be easy or
LFG
overnight, but in just 18 months, we have seen an explosion of rebuilding in the American heartland. We we have seen trillions, with a T, trillions of new dollars of investment pour into the United States of America to build new smelters, build new
Everyone subscribe to Doctor's channel if you would. He's had a rough go the last couple weeks.
Factory construction employment has exploded. We've added 83,000 factory construction jobs just since Inauguration Day. And as companies break new ground on new facilities and they start building,
that's a good one, Chicken Hawk.
Imports for capital goods are reaching historic peaks. Because when we build these facilities, we've also got to put the beautiful equipment that go into them.
Can I show this?
Metal cutting and similar machine tools is hitting its highest levels in a century.
Maybe I should find the White House one.
And all this new
I know I can do that one.
Is building on
this is Right Side Broadcasting.
Manufacturing activity last month reaching its best rate in many, many years. We created more than 29,000 new jobs in the sector in 2026.
Oh, nice. I'll check it out.
In manufacturing employment. And year over year, manufacturing workers' wages actually went up 4.2%, where they went down under the Biden administration. And frankly,
you couldn't play the audio, but don't show. Oh, I can play the audio. Don't show it. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chicken Hawk.
Commercial trucking. And that brings me to why I'm here today. Because we're not just here.
I think you mean I can play the audio, right? Put a 1 if I can play the audio.
That Cleveland Cliffs is making today, right here in Middletown,
Ohio,
$1 billion investment in transformational manufacturing right here in Ohio.
And Obama's fault too. Yep. Because he's black or something. I don't know why. Oh, thank you so much, Doctor. I try. It's all I can do.
Now that's going to protect and create tons of new jobs. We're going to upgrade the iron making furnace. We're going to implement cutting-edge new technology to optimize furnace operation and improve Middletown's air qualities. Because
let's fire up them furnaces.
The far left says that you can't have industry, but also
let's bring coal back. Clean coal.
That's exactly what you can have. You can have both of it, and you can have it in spades with smart leadership. Now, this is only possible because of my friend Chris Wright's and the president's energy dominance agenda. And I got to say, it's great to have a business that is putting power into the grid rather than just taking it away. And that's exactly what we're going to do here in Middletown. But we also recognize in our administration
that's what I'm here for.
It's not just about what happens in the factory. It's not just
even doctors need doctors, right?
We don't just want you to have a good job as much as I very much want that for every single person in this room. I want you to have peace, and I want you to have security.
Peace and love. I thought he was going to say peace and love.
Comes along with knowing that you are the Lord.
No, we'll take peace. All right.
You're the great Southern.
We need peace, yet you got the Iran war going on. What?
The great Southern populace. Probably most of you in the room don't know who I'm talking about, but he's an interesting guy, kind of a crazy guy.
Am I winning the yawning contest? I hope so. I got to win something.
The goal of his political program. But no man is a king if their castle is under siege by criminals. No man is a king if they can't take their family out to dinner without being mugged or having their car jacked.
No king.
And of course, ending the Biden border invasion was a big part of why we have changed that over the last.
Why is he picking on us kings? Come on.
For 4 years,
how come we only have 3 people here?
Millions of illegal immigrants into this country.
This isn't making sense.
To take over our communities and
make it make sense.
For jobs and housing. They let in murderers. They let in gang leaders. They let in fraudsters.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats.
So by the tens of thousands. And for months, we are Democrats, including people
right,
like
Doctor. Usually, I think they caught on to me.
Friends of the workers in this facility saying that they couldn't do anything to fix it.
They realize
We
I'm not a
needed new law.
Trumpian.
We needed a new statute. We needed Congress to pass a new regulation.
This morning I got
to
some
fix
good
Joe
numbers.
Biden's open border.
Not
But as
yesterday's
we've learned over
numbers,
the
but I
past
got good
18
numbers
months,
yesterday.
It didn't require a new law to close down that border. It just required a new U.S. president.
A new president. I'm all for it. Let's go. Dr. Mantis, 2028,
And what we did
2026.
is we told American corporations that if you wanted new workers, you got to start by training and hiring your own countrymen. And we rewarded the corporations like Cleveland Cliffs that wanted to do that. And we were willing to tell the corporations that wanted to hire foreign labor that if you wanted to bring that stuff back in the United States, you were going to pay a big fat tariff for doing so. And so for the first time in my life, America saw net migration out of the country as we sent millions of illegal immigrants back home. And as a result,
You accept it?
this may be the
Nice.
thing I'm the most proud of in the last 18
All right.
months. Do you
I gotta
know
go
that
lay
all
down,
of the
guys.
job growth over the past 18 months went to native-born Americans, reversing a trend for 4 years where it all went to other people. We got a lot of work to do, but we're making progress on all the things that matter the most. On the affordability question, we know that under Joe Biden, the cost of a median price home nearly doubled. Now, for the first time in over 5 years, rents are falling for the first time. We got a lot of work to do, but we're finally seeing that American dream of homeownership become accessible again to our young people. And it's not just affordability, America's getting safer too. We're currently experiencing in the United States of America the largest reduction in violent crime in the history of our country. Homicides. Homicides are at their lowest level in our country, the lowest level in 126 years. That's almost hard to believe. Cities like Aurora, Colorado, where, if you remember, I had an interview with somebody in the mainstream media. It was the October before the election, right when we were getting into crunch time. And we were talking about how these violent Venezuelan drug gangs had taken over apartment buildings in Aurora, Colorado. And I said this to the anchor, and the anchor comes back and says to me, she says, well, they've only taken over 1 or 2 apartment complexes. And I remember at the time, I guess I wouldn't be a good poker player because I got so excited. I was like, did she really just say it's okay for a Venezuelan drug gang to only take over 1 or 2 apartment complexes? I was ready to jump out of my seat and make this point that a single apartment complex or a single home taken over by a foreign drug gang is one too many, which is why we got to get those people the hell out of the United States of America. Systematically address the failures of the past, I got to be honest, as much as I wish we had, we have not gotten a lot of help from Democrats in Washington. Bernie, have we? No. This is not, unfortunately, JFK or FDR's Democrat Party. Hell, it's not even Bill Clinton's Democrat Party. This is the party of diversity quotas rather than opportunity for all. This is the party, the Democrat Party, of graduate students rather than the union and non-union workers who make this facility run. It's sometimes actually hard to understand, like, what do these modern Democrats actually stand for? But look what they say. Pay close attention, and they'll leave these little hints of what they actually care about. Now, El Sayed, this guy running for Senate in Michigan, he once argued, not too long ago, that criticisms of Sharia law were rooted in white supremacy. I'd love to go back in time and tell my papaw that there's a man who claims to stand for working people who says not only should we have Sharia law, but if you criticize it, you're a white supremacist. That's not my papaw's Democrat Party, my friends. Now, I served for 2 years in the Senate with Sherrod Brown. He was a friendly enough guy, but he was a man who claimed to represent this state, but never once raised his voice against Joe Biden's border crisis or against the inflation that was brought on by Joe Biden underinvesting and trying to destroy American industry. If you look at it at every step of the way, these Democrats have voted for foreign workers and fraudsters over American citizens and hard-paying taxpayers. They have voted for corporations who sent jobs overseas rather than good American businesses who invested in you, invested in your communities, and increased your jobs. Who do these Democrats put first? Everyone else. You know who the Trump administration puts first? Americans. You, my friends, that's who we fight for. But you know, these Democrats, they've opposed every turn our work to make trade fair again, to stop letting foreign countries take advantage of us. They screamed and cried as we protected our communities from illegal immigration. They sued, they boycotted, they protested, they rioted, and they obstructed, all in the name of defending the interests of foreigners over American citizens. That's right. Now, some of the stories sound insane. In one case, we were working to deport a convicted child rapist in the state of Minnesota. Tim Walz. You remember Tim Walz? Caught wind. And you know what he did? He pardoned the guy. He pardoned a literal child rapist to prevent him from being deported out of the United States of America. Now, we went ahead and got this guy out of our country anyways, and Walz, it gets better. Walz asked the country what good it accomplished. Did that make us any safer? That is a direct quote from the Democrat governor of Minnesota. To which I'd say, as the father of 4 young children, 10-year-olds and everybody else can breathe a little bit easier in Minnesota. Yes, Tim, of course it's good to get violent criminals the hell out of the United States of America. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what we're up against in November. Whether it's child predators, Somali fraudsters, foreign gang members, or even visa fraudsters who are working to undercut American wages and steal from American taxpayers, the Democrats know who they stand for. It's anyone but you. Think about it. Every single Democrat, every one, voted against no taxes on tips, voted against no taxes on Social Security, voted against no taxes on overtime, and voted against no taxes on car loans so long as those cars were made right here in America. Now, we got to ask ourselves, imagine if they get back in power, what are they going to vote for? If these radicals take control of Congress, they're going to pass the craziest agenda America has ever seen. You're not going to have to take my word for it. You just got to hear these guys actually talk about it themselves. One incoming Democrat congresswoman wants to abolish prisons. She wants to abolish police, and she wants to abolish the borders. And let me just say, that's the only real question on the ballot in November. Do we believe in America, or do we believe in nothing? We in this room believe in America, and we're going to fight for it, my friends. You know, when I reflect on 250 years of American history, what I can't help but feel above everything else is gratitude. I reflect on this incredible life that I've been able to lead thanks to the generosity of so many of the people in this community, people who are here today, friends and family. My stepmom is here, teachers, people who made it possible for me to live the American dream when everything else was fighting against it. The cool thing about this nation is that in our own way, making our own contribution, we've built this country together as one American family. Black and white, rich and poor, whether you've been in this country for 10 seconds or whether your family's been in this country for 10 generations, think about it. Every accomplishment of American greatness has a long line of people, many of them who don't get their part in the story, but we all know we're very much part of it. Now, of course, I grew up in an era where we had already gone to the moon. Think about this. When we went to the moon, of course, it was the astronauts. Everybody wanted to be an astronaut when I was growing up. Neil Armstrong just lived up the street when I was growing up. They were amazing men. They tested the limits of physical realities. They had quite literally out of this world courage. But it was not just them. It was the scientists. It was the computer programmers who designed the rockets, who designed the software that went in it. It was the janitor who made sure that facility was a clean and orderly place to go to work so that these guys could build the rockets that took us to the moon. It was men like my papa who worked at steel mills all across America and who built parts and materials that were American strong and good enough to test the limits of interplanetary travel for the first time in human history. It was the moms and dads doing the quiet and, as I know, often thankless work of raising the kinds of boys and girls who could become astronauts or become scientists or become welders or eventually become moms and dads themselves. The story of our beautiful nation and its greatest achievements has been written by all of us together. Some of us contributed a few sentences and others contributed whole chapters of the book, but it is the story of our people. It is the story of our parents before we were born, and it will be the story of our grandchildren long after we're gone. The story of this country is one of a foundation laid by normal, common, and good people who make the great achievements of Western civilization possible. And one of my kids is ready to go back to school next week. And I learned through him of a classmate who suffered from a terrible illness. Little girl, beautiful little girl. And as fate would have it, just a crazy coincidence, I actually knew a little girl when I was growing up in Middletown, Ohio, who suffered from the exact same illness. And what I remember is that back then, it was considered a death sentence. And now it's serious. I don't want to underweight it, but this little girl is expected to survive after she gets her course of treatment. Think about this. In just a single generation, a disease has gone from a death sentence to another very difficult problem that Americans together can fix. From the people who are making the therapeutics, to the people who are designing and building the facilities where they're made, to the men and women who manufacture the steel where the medicines that saved that little girl's life were made. It's not possible without all of us working together. And when I look at this girl's life, the fact that she's going to be able to grow up and live a normal life, I cannot help but feel gratitude for every piece, every chapter of the American story that made it possible. To the researchers and scientists, think about this, who have toiled for decades finding treatments to the world's most difficult diseases. To the businesses, the parents, the private citizens, the philanthropists who funded the kind of moonshot research to take this disease to be something that could be treated. To the government that created a climate of innovation for the world's deadliest diseases. Think about all the teachers who made it possible for this little girl, my son's teacher too, who made it possible for this little girl to come to school despite her illness. And I got to brag on my little boy a little bit, and I hope I won't feel emotional or get too emotional, but I can't help but feel gratitude to him. Because I got a note a couple months ago, every father will appreciate this, and he told us that in this girl's weakened state, even though she was still trying to come to school most days, that their daughter was worried about going down the steps to the playground. But that every day, our little boy volunteered to hold her hand and make sure she got to go to recess with confidence. Now, our founding fathers wrote in the Constitution that the purpose of this union was to secure the blessings of liberty. And what greater blessing of liberty than to know that this little girl has a good chance, to know that the work of an army of doctors and researchers made it possible for your little girl or your little guy to show a moment of compassion to this little girl, to show that greatness that I believe God places in the heart of every human being, made possible because this little girl happened to grow up at a time and in the greatest country in the history of the world. That's the American story, my friends. Look, it's not my job to tell you how to live your life. It's not my job to tell you who to fall in love with, how to worship, or even whether to root for the Bengals or the Browns. Though, sorry, John, you should be rooting for the Bengals. You too. Actually, Bernie, you're probably more of a Cleveland fan than John is. But my job, the job of the President of the United States, the job the President demands of every single person in his administration, from the Vice President on down, is to fight for you. It's to fight for your blessings of liberty, for a neighborhood that's safe, a job that's dignified, a church that's protected, and a community of citizens where every single person has both the right and the duty, but also the obligation to write their story in the chapter of the United States of America. And so, my fellow Americans, my fellow Ohioans, my fellow Middletonians, I believe that this November, you and I and our fellow citizens, we're going to go to the ballot box and we're going to face a choice. Do we believe in the United States of America? Do we believe in the hardworking men and women who built this great nation? Do we demand that our government serve us and our children rather than fraudsters and criminals? Do we demand that the American president fight for the American people first? Then, my friends, I ask you, each and every one of you, to stand on your own conscience, to vote for patriots, to vote for people who are going to fight for you, to vote for John Houston for the United States Senate and for Vivek for the governor of Ohio. Get out there and fight for yourself by telling the far-left radicals who have taken over the Democratic Party, this is not your country, it's our country, and we're going to fight for it. God bless you, and thank you for having me.
Down to the pre-show at the bottom of your screen there, it said 47 seconds, and obviously we're into the pre-show now. The 47th President of the United States. We're about to see that Commander-in-Chief coming up here in South Carolina. So good afternoon and welcome to RSBN Live. I'm Matthew Alvarez. It is Rally Day in America as our next stop takes us to South Carolina, where President Trump will deliver a speech to a packed house in Myrtle Beach, where right now it's just a balmy 89 degrees. This as the scene is set for a Make America Great Again rally. And we know that because in just a few hours, you'll see a banner that has been up behind the president on countless occasions over the years across the country at various rallies that reads, Make America Great Again. Speaking of the president, his speech is scheduled for 7 p.m. Eastern time with the pre-program slated for 5:30. We have a lot to get to from now until that 5:30 mark. Now, the president is traveling to the Palmetto State today in support of U.S. Senator Darlene Graham in the Republican U.S. Senate runoff against Representative Ralph Norman. That special election taking place next Tuesday, August 25th. This, as Darlene Graham was appointed to finish out the late Senator Lindsey Graham's term, which ends on January 3rd of next year. And the winner in the August special election, either Darlene Graham or Ralph Norman, faces Democrat Annie Andrews in that November midterm election. We'll be going out there live in just a little bit. We'll dive more into South Carolina facts and figures as well. But first, let's go to the owner of All Family Pharmacy, Michael Kunzler, joining us now live on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Great to see you again, Michael.
Hey, thanks for having me on.
Definitely. Let's talk about the RSBN 10 promo code. First of all, it's great out of the gate to get a percentage off for some great medications that are available to all of our viewers.
Yeah, it's something that, we strike ourselves on, is adding discounts, giving people the ability to save a couple bucks on every order, hoping that they come back to order more. That keeps the pharmacy running. That keeps us growing. We spend every day trying to add more and more medications to our list so that we can continue, striving for excellence and being able to take care of all Americans, whether it's a diabetic medication, it's a thyroid medication, or it's, traditional ivermectin, mebendazole, or hydroxychloroquine.
Exactly. And, sometimes we talk about when life throws you a curveball and your health suddenly becomes a priority, you want a pharmacy that's ready to help. So how do you guys differentiate between the other box store type of pharmacies out there?
So a lot of our competitors who try to do what we do, they're mostly based on buying a pack of medications to put in your cabinet called an emergency kit, where there's anywhere between 8 to 12 antibiotics. And then they give you a booklet on which ones to take when you need it. With us, you don't need to spend $300 on 12 antibiotics that you're probably not going to use 80 to 90% of. You can just customize your order. You can pick just one antibiotic. You could pick ivermectin by itself. You can pick multiple antibiotics. If you'd like an emergency kit, we can sell you the emergency kit, and it's less than $300. So we're cheaper, we're better, we're customizable. We're also faster. We're faster because we are the pharmacy. We contract these physicians to provide these services on your behalf, and then they send us the prescription to do the fulfillment services. So ultimately, we bring everything under one roof. Bring down the cost of the physician's visits, bring down the cost of the medication as well as the delivery, and expedite that delivery so you get it within 1 to 3 or 1 to 4 business days. A lot of these companies, when they send you these kits, they take 1 to 2 weeks to get. If you need the medication, why are you waiting 1 to 2 weeks when we can provide that service within 1 business day?
Exactly. And then on top of that, it seems like if you were to call one of the traditional pharmacies that you may see on a street corner near you, you have to leave a voicemail. Maybe a pharmacist will call you back maybe within an hour. You don't know, are they out to lunch? You don't know what the deal is. But with you guys, if you call 561-717-6794, which I haven't called yet, but if I were to call it right now, would there be a voice prompt to get me to a real person, or does a real person pick up right away? How does it all work?
Yeah, so we have tons and tons of customer service technician and pharmacy technicians in the room next to me, already answering phone calls, working on phone calls with patients. We have a pharmacist that pops in there throughout the course of the day. We have 1 or 2 that are helping and assisting, or they're transferring the call directly to the pharmacist. And we have very experienced technicians in there who can answer simple questions that we get a lot of. Right? They've been doing this for 20 years, and a lot of these questions are able to handle themselves. Now, again, it is backed by a pharmacist as per regulatory law, so we do still abide by our state and federal laws, but we're able to assist you with a U.S. person on the phone, an American, right in this pharmacy, right next door to me. So we provide you that service. Big box stores don't. The odds of you getting the call from a pharmacist are very little to none. And how many times have you called the pharmacy 2 hours after your doctor's visit for them to make you sit on hold for 20, 30 minutes for them to tell you your script's not ready? You've never received it from the doctor. Call back later. And you're just sitting there waiting. You're sick. You've got a rash. You've got pain. Something may have happened, and you need the medicine now. It's an unfortunate thing to have to wait on these corporate stores because all they care about is profits. They run low staff so they can bring in more money to the corporation rather than somebody like us, who we have 2 to 3 times the amount of pharmacy technicians in that back room where our prescription filling department is. I have anywhere between 2 and 4 pharmacists on staff at all times. CVS does as much volume down the street as we do, and they have 1 pharmacist on staff. We care more about the people that are coming to us than they do. That's just how corporations are. We're a family-owned business. We're a privately owned business. We run things a little bit different, where we care about the patients that come to All Family Pharmacy.
And then finally, ivermectin was really the medication that a lot of people were talking about back during COVID. And that's where you guys kind of got your start, didn't you? Because some doctors out there were saying, no, ivermectin, that's not going to work.
Absolutely. That is really where we became America's pharmacy. So many people throughout the United States were calling us. It was not just patients. It was doctors. It was nurses. It was pharmacies, either transferring prescriptions to us, the doctor wanting to utilize our services because the pharmacy local to them would not fulfill for the patient, or the patient couldn't get a doctor or a pharmacy in their state to fulfill the prescription for ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, and even antibiotics and inhalers. It was sad to watch from 2020 to 2024 this to go on. And that's where we grew as a pharmacy, because we started listening to people, finding out what they wanted and what they needed. Ultimately, what they needed is they needed a convenient way to get their prescriptions, something that they can hang on to for 3 months, 6 months down the line, in case they get sick, family member gets sick, they have it when they need it. They're not struggling to call a doctor or to call the local pharmacy to fulfill it, for them to tell them it's out of stock or they can't fulfill the prescription. We've always been there for them, and that's why we have so many loyal patients who continue to use us year after year, and we appreciate them the most.
Being prepared is the name of the game. All Family Pharmacy owner Michael Kunzler joining us live right now on Right Side Broadcasting. Thanks again, Michael, for joining us here on RSBN.
Hey, thanks for having me. Just a reminder, we do have low-dose ivermectin tablets. They're 4 milligram tablets. They're on sale. They're 75 cents each right now. It's a great way to step into flu season for prevention, for longevity. A lot of people are using it for cancer, for prevention, and stuff like that. Whatever the case may be, we have physicians for you. If you're interested, they're 4 milligram low-dose tablets.
All right. Well, that ivermectin right there with All Family Pharmacy. Michael Kunzler, thank you again for joining us.
Thanks.
All right. So great to speak with the owner of AFP here on RSBN, looking live there in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Some fun facts and figures about South Carolina. It's the 23rd most populous state with 5.5 million residents. Now, Myrtle Beach specifically has a population of about 41,000 people. And a quick fun fact, professional golfer Dustin Johnson and also Vanna White, they're originally from Myrtle Beach. Also, did you know South Carolina does not register voters by political party? So there is no official count of so-called Republican versus Democrat registered voters, because the state does not collect or require party affiliation when people register to vote. So we know that South Carolina is one of about 19 states that operates this way. The Palmetto State has open primaries, so voters choose a party's ballot at the time of voting without declaring a permanent affiliation. And as of today, the South Carolina State Election Commission reports there are nearly 3.5 million active registered voters, again, with no party breakdown available or maintained by the state. And as many know, South Carolina has voted Republican in the past 3 presidential elections, 2024 for President Trump, 2020 for President Trump, and 2016 for the president. And I want to stop there quickly as we're taking that live look. And seeing the great patriots of South Carolina reminds me, just the other week in Marietta, Georgia, did the same thing, boots on the ground there in South Carolina, but specifically just a couple states away, or actually 1 state away, Georgia. Charleston, right down there to Savannah, not too far, but everyone waving there and everyone talking about RSBN at all of these rallies that we have gone to since 2015. And I was just talking about how South Carolina, for the past 3 presidential elections, actually many elections since the 1980s, the Republicans have had a stronghold for presidential races. And so I was thinking about 2016 on the way into work today, and I thought, back when I worked in mainstream media, when President Trump won that election against Hillary Clinton, when the world was shocked, but the silent majority wasn't, we knew what was going on. We knew the outsider in chief was about to take over. And I remember going to work, and I won't say where, but I was definitely in the mainstream media at that time. And there were a few workers who did not show up to work the next day, that Wednesday after that November election night victory by President Trump. Literally, the computers were off, their seats pushed against the desk in protest because the president has won. And that's the mainstream media for you in a nutshell. But thank God we have conservative media with people that love God, family, country. And right there is what we see in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. So let's move on with more South Carolina news, as again, it's 89 degrees right now in Myrtle Beach. And as we hear various chants of USA, whether it's outside or inside, we'll be taking you there live. Also, that pre-program starts at 5:30 Eastern time. The president is scheduled to speak at 7 o'clock. I don't think he has left the White House yet, but once he does, I'm sure we'll know. And sometimes he speaks with the press on the way to these events. So if we get that footage, we'll bring that to you as well. And speaking of the Palmetto State, Musgrove Mill State Historic Site is one of South Carolina's most historically significant Revolutionary War locations. They actually held a grand reopening of the visitor center following extensive exhibit upgrades. Let's check out clip number one directly from South Carolina.
Ranger Dawn. We are back open at Battle of Musgrove Mill State Historic Site. We've got new exhibits, some fun new stuff to do. We're looking forward to having everybody back out. Check the website for all the information and come back out and see us.
Again, that was in Clinton, South Carolina, the Musgrove Mill State Historic Site. Again, in one of South Carolina's most historically significant Revolutionary War locations. They held that grand reopening of sorts of that visitor center following an extensive exhibit upgrade. We're going to stick to some South Carolina news in just a second, but the White House just posting the following 10 minutes ago on X, quote, "This National Fentanyl Prevention and Awareness Day, we remember those we've lost and fight for the ones we can still protect. Thanks to the Trump administration's border crackdown, campaign against drug cartels, and the arrests of convicted fentanyl traffickers, fentanyl-related deaths continue to decline. This important work will continue," end quote. That from the White House just moments ago. And we could talk about that for a while, too. Remember when President Trump was sworn into office in 2025, just last year, and right away declaring a national emergency on the southern border. Remember what it was like under Biden with tens of thousands, if not, well, we know millions, but we would see the visuals at Eagle Pass, Texas, and various parts from Tijuana into San Diego sector there, and we'd see just droves of people because no border equals no country, equals destruction, equals everything to the left of what we want here in this nation. But now, the faucet that was on is totally off, and we don't see any of those visuals now. And also the White House talking about today being National Fentanyl Prevention and Awareness Day. A very, very tough story if you really look into some of the details of people that have died of fentanyl throughout our country. But the president and the team doing a great job right out of the gate. As soon as the president was sworn in, if you remember, just a few days, actually a few hours, not even a few days, a few hours into being sworn in, he goes over to Capital One Arena in D.C. where the Washington Capitals play and the basketball team and all that. And he has this huge event and he's signing executive orders right away, signing executive orders, already getting the job done. Thank God for our national security on that southern border. We're going to talk more about more things like that in just a little bit. But getting back to South Carolina, as we see that live picture there with some of the great patriots just waiting to see the president, which it's going to be a few minutes until they're inside there. We have some live interviews coming up. We have a lot to get to, and we're going to reminisce just for a second, since today is Rally Day in America, at some of the rallies that we've seen and covered over the years here at RSBN. Put together a couple of clips of it just from occasional videos from my phone over the years, and it'll be fun to go to that. But before we do, sticking with South Carolina, Senator Tim Scott, he recently spoke about the Clarity Act. It's a comprehensive U.S. bill to create a clear regulatory framework for cryptocurrencies and other digital assets. Let's go to clip number 2.
At the end of the day, we win. There's no question about the fact that this will become law. The only question is, how do we get it to the finish line?
Yeah.
And when does that happen? I think we have a really good shot at September.
All right, so we saw Tim Scott there speaking about the Clarity Act again, as we are seeing log lines there in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Once again, thanks for joining us here on RSBN Live. I'm live here at our headquarters in Alabama, not too far away from South Carolina. Of course, it was great to attend one of the most recent rallies in Marietta, Georgia, just a few weeks back, and to just interact with all the fine folks there in Georgia. And then, of course, now we see right there at the convention center in Myrtle Beach. I checked the map. It's not far from the beach, just a couple blocks away from the beach there in South Carolina. So as the hours get closer to that pre-program, which starts at 5:30 and then President Trump at 7, of course, the line continues to get longer and longer and longer. I saw an inside picture of the venue there. It's going to be a packed house, a loud packed house. And again, if you're just joining us, the Make America Great Again banner right behind the president, up in the rafters there. And I've been to a ton of these rallies, and I know you guys probably have been to a number as well. Because when I think of a Trump rally, I think of all of the great patriots from around the country that have chanted USA. Think about those times, if you've been, the echoing of that USA chant in various arenas, venues, stadiums, outdoor events, all across the country. Here's a few clips from yours truly. Let's go to clip 3.
Okay, where's everybody from? So whoever wants to start talking, why you guys here so early?
Support our president, the real president, the one that's saving America and saving the world. That's right. The one saving the world.
So Biden's a fake president, isn't it? Who here loves freedom?
And that rally there in Pennsylvania was the first one I ever covered, September 3rd, 2022, Wilkes-Barre, Scranton, Pennsylvania. The one prior to that, I think it was Grand Rapids, Michigan. The one prior to that, Rapid City, South Dakota. And before that, Iowa. I mean, it's just all across the country. And you remember the whole 81 million votes, my you know what, back in the day for Biden. We know that the mass majority of our country is on the right side of history. The mainstream media, the Democrat leftists, the DSA, they've all been just lying, acting like there's all this support. Maybe some paid support, but not genuine support. They just want to destroy. We, on the majority of the nation, want our freedom to be intact for another 250 years. Is there anything more to say other than that, other than pass the Save America Act, right? All right, anyway, let's go to a few of our sponsors that are taking that live look in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. We'll be going back there in just a few seconds here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We'll go to our first sponsor here of the day, as it's 3:08 Eastern Time. As you see there, Birch Gold Group specifically, we're still, a couple months out, but the midterms are fast approaching. And make no mistake, if the House flips, it's a big deal for our economy. That uncertainty is one of the reasons to diversify with gold from Birch Gold Group. In the 3 months leading up to 2024 presidential election, the spot price of gold jumped over 12%, all because it's a hedge against uncertainty. And if you don't own gold, I would suggest talking with Birch Gold, because they'll discuss your goals and explain how precious metals can fit into your savings. They can even help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold with no additional money out of pocket. So all you have to do is text Trump to the number 989898. Get a free info kit and get some solid information. The midterms will be here before you know it. Text Trump to 989898. Great sponsor here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. And let's go to our next sponsor, All Family Pharmacy. You know, we've talked about All Family Pharmacy before. We just had the owner, Michael Kunzler, join us. And there's a reason we keep returning to them. In my opinion, they're one of the best pharmacies in the country because they believe Americans should have more freedom and more choice when it comes to their health care. They stand for medical freedom and work to make trusted medications easier to access without all the unnecessary runaround. So when life throws you a curveball and your health suddenly becomes the priority, you want a pharmacy that's ready to help. From connecting you with licensed medical providers when appropriate, to fast shipping options, to knowledgeable support when you have questions, All Family Pharmacy is there when you need them. And they have this full catalog of more than 400 medications, from everyday essentials to antibiotics, ivermectin, NAD+, GLP-1 options, peptides, all the medications you may want to have on hand. It's really the kind of company you hope you never need in an emergency, but you're glad it's there if you do. You check them out and find the medications you may need for your family. Just visit allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Use the promo code RSBN10. You'll save that 10% at your checkout there online. You can also call them 561-717-6794. Again, that's allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. The promo code is RSBN10. Speaking of 10, it's 10 minutes after 3 o'clock on the East Coast, 12:10 out there on the West Coast. And thanks for watching from coast to coast on this Friday. Happy Friday to you. Blue skies there in Myrtle Beach. Hopefully it's blue skies where you are too. It's 89 degrees there right now. And as you can see, people are just baking in the sun, but they'll get into that venue here in just a little bit. You see the line is moving a little bit. So that's always good to see that. All right, so we know that in just about, September 9th and 10th, so next month, less than a month from now, is the RNC Midterm National Convention. In case you missed it, we caught up with a number of people from the RNC recently. Let's go to Zach Kraft. He's the Dallas spokesperson for the RNC to give us a little bit of insight on what this midterm is going to look like. Thanks so much for joining us today, Zach.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me on.
Definitely. Let's talk Dallas. We know in just 3 weeks, of course, the midterm national convention's kicked off there. First of its kind. You guys must be ready to go.
No, we're thrilled. I mean, this is going to be a first of its kind event. As you mentioned, historically, parties only hold conventions during presidential years, every 4 years. But President Trump is always thinking about how we can come up with new ways to, deliver the message to the American people. And he said, let's hold a midterm convention in Dallas. And even more exciting, he said, for the first time, let's open this up to the American people. Traditionally, presidential conventions are only open to elected officials and donors and party insiders. But because President Trump is so committed to delivering for the American people, he decided to open it both September 9th and September 10th to the American people. And a select few will even be chosen to sit front row, just feet from President Trump when he delivers his primetime address.
That's awesome. That's news here on RSBN. To your point, I was just going to ask that question. Are everyday Americans allowed in there? And that's going to be great to see that. It's going to be a rally feel, isn't it? An RNC National Convention vibe as well. Combining those two really should stir up some more momentum into the midterms, right?
No, we're seeing a ton of excitement and energy on the ground. We anticipate that this is going to be the largest convention, presidential midterm or otherwise, since 2016, with more than 20,000 attendees descending on Dallas during September. This is really just going to be a celebration of everything President Trump has done over the last 2 years in terms of stopping, the flow of illegals we saw across the southern border under Joe Biden, delivering no taxes on tips, no taxes on overtime, and really just contrasting what President Trump has done with the far left craziness we are seeing from Democrats, whether it be, questioning if America deserved 9/11, fighting to reopen the border, or just their never-ending quest to try and throw President Trump in jail. We're going to put forth the Republicans' common sense agenda at the center of this convention, and we're going to contrast that with the radical, extreme, and frankly just deranged policies coming out of Democrats these days.
That's perfectly said, because that's what's on the ballot. It looks like socialism, communism, leftist policies versus freedom and common sense on November 3rd. And finally, Zach, is there any inside baseball you can share with us? Any of the speaker lineup or any musical acts? Or also, will it be like a presidential national convention? I mean, lights, camera, action, the whole thing.
Absolutely. And this is going to be a great event. Anytime President Trump is speaking, it is must-see television. In terms of speaker lineup, we haven't solidified anything yet in terms of an announcement, but I'll point you back to Milwaukee for the 2024 presidential convention when the hardworking American worker was front and center in terms of all the messaging. Throughout this convention, you're going to see a real spotlight put on what President Trump's agenda means for hardworking Americans, whether that be, a police officer who's able to keep thousands more in their pocket because of no taxes on overtime, a bartender who's able to keep, a few extra thousand because of no taxes on tips, how senior Americans are getting by further because Social Security is no longer being taxed. You're going to see a real effort throughout this convention to spotlight what President Trump's agenda has meant for the American people. And it doesn't just stop there. We're going to have a fantastic speaker lineup. But as you mentioned, outside of American Airlines Arena in Victory Plaza, we're going to have a great lineup of entertainers, some surprise special performances and whatnot, some, food, drink. It's going to be a great event. I would highly encourage, any of your viewers who want to go to a convention or have had any interest in attending a Trump rally, they're must-see television. This is a true once-in-a-lifetime event. Make sure you go to gopconvention.com and apply for your chance to get tickets today.
Awesome stuff. Zach Kraft, the Republican National Convention's Dallas-based spokesman. Thank you so much for joining us here on Right Side.
Thanks for having me on.
All right, so we're getting ready for that huge day. That'll be September 9th and 10th. And hearing that President Trump will be in attendance both of the days there for that midterm national convention. Again, one of a kind. There has never been a midterm national convention, an RNC, right? Well, that RNC presidential cycle, that will be in 2028. But this is the first time there's ever been one for the midterm. So it'll be quite the coverage there in September, which will be here before you know it. As you're looking live there, Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, population 41,000, population of the whole state, about 5.5 million, the 23rd largest state in our country. Looking forward to hearing the crowd and all of the rally vibes as today is Rally Day in America. Let's go to a couple of our sponsors in order to pay the bills, of course. We have sponsors and also donors here at the network, but we've talked about All Family Pharmacy before, and there's a reason we keep returning to them. In my opinion, they're one of the best pharmacies in the country because they believe Americans should have more freedom and more choice when it comes to their health care. They stand for medical freedom and work to make trusted medications easier to access without all that unnecessary runaround. So when life throws you a curveball and your health suddenly becomes the priority, you want a pharmacy that's ready to help. From connecting you with licensed medical providers when appropriate, to fast shipping options, to knowledgeable support when you have questions, All Family Pharmacy is there for you when you need them. And they have this full catalog of more than 400 medications, from everyday essentials to antibiotics, ivermectin, NAD+, GLP-1 options, peptides, all the medications you may want to have on hand. It's really the kind of company you hope you never need an emergency, but you're glad it's there if you do. Let's check them out and find the medications you may need for your family. All you have to do is go to allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN and use promo code RSBN10 to save 10% on your order. Call 561-717-6794. Again, it's allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. That code is RSBN10 at checkout. All right, so it's 3:17 Eastern time. I think what we can do now is let's take a quick commercial break, and maybe on the other side of the break, we'll turn up the audio there in the field, see if there's anyone chanting USA, just get more of a feel of being there live in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. We'll be right back here on RSBN.
Look, don't forget to watch my show right here at Brightside Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Brightside Broadcasting Network. It's imperative that you do so, okay? Bye-bye.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
My Pillow's second annual mega sale is finally here. Get our patented premium My Pillows that adjust your exact individual needs to give you the best sleep of your life.
When I got my pillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well rested in the morning.
I guarantee they're going to be the most comfortable pillows you'll ever own. King size only $24.98, queen size only $19.98. These are Dream bed sheets, the best sheets in history, as low as $29.98. Lux Spear 6-piece towels that actually dry you. What a concept. Not only $39.98. And our made in the USA mattresses and mattress toppers as low as $99.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. Plus free shipping options available when you order today. So don't delay, order now.
Parents, grandparents, and patriots, socialists are winning primaries and gaining real power ahead of the 2026 midterms. If they win more seats, danger, disorder, and decline will shape your kids' future. That's why we're giving away the Kids Guide to Fighting Socialism for free. It shows children how socialism creeps in, why it fails, and why freedom and hard work matter. You care about their future. Don't let them grow up without the truth. Order your free guide now at kidsfightingsocialism.com. That's kidsfightingsocialism.com.
The Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're live there in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. We have got our camera crew there. Also, once we're inside the venue, of course, we'll be able to crank up the audio a bit. We'll be able to listen in a little bit. Obviously, right now, not too many loud things going on unless we heard some USA chants. I guess our camera crew can let us know. But in the meantime, let's go to some of our great sponsors of this Rally Day in America. You know, we spend a lot of time preparing for storms, power outages, all kinds of unexpected situations. But one thing most families never think about is what happens in those first critical minutes after that serious accident. And that's exactly why the first hour trauma kit was created in the first place. It's not just another first aid kit. It's packed with 82 life-saving tools, including a professional emergency tourniquet, chest seals, a splint, trauma bandages, and other equipment designed to help you respond before first responders can arrive. Their first few minutes can be incredibly important, whether it's a car accident, a bad fall, a workplace injury, or an outdoor emergency. And having the right equipment available can make all the difference while you're waiting for professional medical help. And because you're watching Right Side Broadcasting Network right now, there's a special opportunity for our audience. Just head on over to firsthour.com. It's the number one, sthour.com. Or simply scan the QR code on your screen to learn more and get yours today. Because you don't want to wait until an emergency happens to wish you were prepared. Join the thousands of Americans who have already added the first hour trauma kit to their home, vehicle, or range bag. Visit firsthour.com today. With First Hour, don't just hope you're prepared, know you are. Great sponsor here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. And that's a great idea. You think about it. If there is a situation that's out there and you're calling 911, but it takes them a second to get there, you have all this stuff ready to go. Good stuff. Great sponsor. 324, Friday, August 21st, 323, if I'm looking at the right clock. We're seeing, of course, the crowd there in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Right now, we're seeing that the crowd is slowly moving, getting inside the venue, I'm sure. And as you guys know, over the past several years, what it's like there, we just know that it gets extremely hot, but it's all worth it. I remember it being extremely cold, extremely hot. It doesn't matter. It could be snowing. It could be raining. It could be muddy. All the things our camera crews over the years have just been like, well, this is what we do. And it was great because we would talk and interact with all the people there, and they'd say, well, it's worth it. And we say, why is it worth it? They say, because we are here for our country. We're here for freedom. We're here for President Trump, who's standing in the way of any of that onslaught of the attack. So this is why we see this same visual that we've seen for years. And right there, the guy walking across the screen with the hats, same kind of vibe that you see. It's a rally vibe right now in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. And maybe the camera guy can pan around a little bit and just check out some more of the line there as we are live here on Right Side, approaching the bottom of the hour. It's 3:24 Eastern Time. And we know that once the crew's inside, of course, it's going to be a loud, packed house there. People chanting USA. And the momentum that we've seen at various rallies across the country, everywhere from Georgia to Michigan recently. How about the one in Nassau County just the other day, as we have that live look inside as well, on Long Island? You know, there was all of those law enforcement standing behind the president. And if you can see the camera there on the left side of the screen, it says "Great Again." You remember I was talking about how this is a MAGA rally, an old school MAGA rally. And I say old school because usually at these events, you'll have different sayings like, American workers for, the American dream, the various slogans. But the Make America Great Again slogan has been on the backdrop of these rallies for years. I remember I was working at one of them before the Make America Great Again ones were up. It said Save America. I almost think we need to put the Save America back up too, because President Trump called it the Save America Act, right? So anyway, we're looking live here. We've got a lot of visuals. Great to see that as we get ready to go live with a number of guests here on the network. And we have some interviews and some more news content to get to. Before we do all of that, let's go to some of our great sponsors, because we're still a couple months out, but the midterms are fast approaching. And make no mistake, if the House flips, it's a big deal for our economy. That uncertainty is one of the reasons to diversify with gold from Birch Gold Group. In the 3 months leading up to the 2024 presidential election, the spot price of gold actually jumped over 12%, all because it's a hedge against uncertainty. So if you don't own gold, I would suggest talking with Birch Gold, because they'll discuss your goals and explain how precious metals can fit into your savings. They can even help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA into gold with no additional money out of pocket. All you can do to get started, just text STAR to that number, 98898, and get some solid savings. The midterms will be huge for you now. Text STAR to 98898. And speaking of working with Birch Gold Group, we recently caught up with Philip Patrick of Birch Gold Group in an interview. We're going to go to that interview after that.
How you doing today?
A lot more.
Huh? Can you put that in the chat? I can't really understand. Yeah, I just waking up. Yeah, don't be mean to Latoya, please. Oh, a boy? Oh, I don't. You know, boy. I think they meant to say, "Oh boy, it's good to see you, Latoya," like that, maybe. Yeah. All right. Did the president come on yet? Did I miss it? Yeah. He did already talk? Yeah. Oh, no. I missed it. Yeah. All right. So how are you feeling today? Good. All right. That's good. That's good. Yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry. I just waking up. I'm not much company when I'm just waking up. But you want to talk? You want to talk to chat while I wake up? No. All right. Well, you have a blessed day, and I love you, my dear. All right. Mwah. All right. Bye. All right, guys.
Prices just rose 0.1% month over month.
Not feeling good, guys.
Eased down now to 3.4%. Part of that improvement came from energy prices falling. The reason we're not feeling it yet is
the president come on yet? I don't see him on there.
The pace of price increases is slowing, but through the Biden years, we have a lot of these price increases that are just reality today. At the same time, the jobs
I don't
report
think he's
shows
been on
that,
yet.
you know, the economy in some areas is losing momentum. We lost 23,000 jobs, and in
Oh.
May and June, payrolls were revised down by over 100,000. So cooling inflation is definitely good news.
All right, I'm going back to bed, guys. I'll see you in a little bit.
Yeah, I
I'm
mean,
sorry.
we see that
Oh.
goals for the future here in the country. But the question is, can you really explain the fact that if inflation is cooling and the Fed has been lowering rates for the last 3 years, why are long-term government borrowing costs still going up?
This is a tough one, and it's honestly the biggest problem that the federal government are facing today. And Scott Bessent is currently undertaking the biggest balancing act in history. But this is a very common misconception, right? People think that if the Federal Reserve lower interest rates, borrowing rates go down. It's not quite the case. The Federal Reserve control what's called the short end of the yield. So they can control very short-term interest rates, things like overnight banking rates. Longer-term rates, mortgages, treasuries, they're dictated by supply and demand for our debt. And the problem is, we've talked about the world running away from dollars and debt. The demand isn't there today. So what we're seeing is borrowing rates on long-term debt are now going up. They're at the highest rate since 2001 today. And that's a big problem for the Federal Reserve because these interest payments are now the second biggest expense for the government. We bring in $5.5 trillion a year. Social Security is number one, 1.5 trillion. Debt service is catching up at 1.25 trillion. That is the biggest problem the country's facing today.
Man, it's a lot of financial just headaches, it seems, for some people out there. So what really happens if money really stays this expensive while financial asset prices stay near all-time highs with the whole situation?
It's a great question. When money's expensive, it tends to ultimately broadly bring asset prices down, right? Listen, if people can get 5, 6, 7% sitting in a bank account, why would they risk their money to get 8, 9, or 10 in the markets, right? So it incentivizes people to move into cash. That affects asset prices across the board, whether it's real estate, market funds, whatever it might be. It tends to have a negative effect on asset prices. So higher interest rate environments, very, very bad for economic growth. And I know that's a big part of what this administration is achieving and trying to achieve even more.
Yeah, exactly. We see that every day here at Rightside. Final question for you. So the question is, if we don't know whether the next problem is maybe weaker growth or another inflation shock or persistently high borrowing costs, really what should we be doing with our savings then from that standpoint?
Look, first of all, I don't think anybody can predict exactly how this thing's going to pan out, right? And for that reason, by the way, we don't put all of our eggs in any one basket, whatever that basket is. But the one thing about precious metals is, first of all, they are designed for climates like this. We're talking about debt, deficit, interest payments. We're currently printing $2.1 trillion a year in new currency. Every year that goes by, that number gets bigger. So essentially what we're going to deal with longer term is persistent devaluation of currency. And that's where precious metals come in. Commodities in general, but particularly gold and silver, the commodities of money, have an inverse relationship with the dollar, and they tend to go up with inflation. So essentially, as we see buying power reduce on one side of our portfolio, metals can act as a form of portfolio insurance. They grow in that climate and they mitigate. So I think everybody today should be hedging their exposure. Central banks are doing it. Large institutions are doing it, which means you and I should be doing it as well.
Exactly. So all we have to do is text Trump to 989898. You get that free info kit, no obligation, right? I mean, it's just something that will help people along the way if they have questions.
That's it. Listen, being informed as possible in this climate, particularly when it comes to economics, is so important. So I encourage everybody, get the free information. It is completely free. We're going to explain why to buy precious metals in this climate. We'll look at the fundamentals. We'll look at the history. And I think the more people understand it, the easier the decision-making will become. And ultimately, the better decisions they can make, whether they choose to buy precious metals or not.
A number of our great sponsors here at Rightside are really providing that human touch in the sense of a phone call. So do you guys have that too, or is it more just a text, or how does it all work?
No. It starts with information, so they can request information. But the second that they want to learn more, they're going to have access to myself, to a lot of people like me. We are there to answer questions, to hold hands, to explain everything. And then from there, if they think, hey, this is something that makes sense, we can facilitate. So we can manage everything, we can get everything done. All the customer really has to work on is their own knowledge on the topic, their own comfort level. But once they're there and they're comfortable, we can manage the rest.
Well, that sounds pretty good to me right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Philip Patrick with Birch Gold Group. Again, text Trump to 989898. Philip, thanks again for joining us here on Right Side.
Thank you.
An interview that happened just about less than 24 hours ago here on Right Side. Live look inside the arena there, the venue, specifically the Myrtle Beach Convention Center, just a couple blocks off from the actual beach there in South Carolina. Again, if you're just joining us, population 41,000 people in Myrtle Beach. But of course, at a Trump rally, and we've been to a number, as you guys have probably been to them as well, people from the whole region attend these events. So I'm sure there are people from all around the Southeast at that rally today. And some travel on airplane and they go, there's some people that have gone to the rallies, 47, 48 rallies, 110 rallies, as President Trump talks about. And this is all something we've just never seen before. Let's just put it that way. I mean, since 2015, how many awesome Trump rallies has there been? There's been a lot of them. And it's at the beginning of it, you thought with the mainstream media, they just wouldn't play the entire speech or they wouldn't show the crowd as we're showing right now live. But they just wouldn't show it because they wanted to keep it quiet. They were indirectly censoring the American people, censoring a movement, and that didn't work. And even into the future, we have to always thank God for conservative media and X and Truth Social and podcasts and places like RSBN and other conservative outlets. It's got to keep on keeping on because we have to keep that freedom going. Because if you would think that we'd have this kind of show in a communist country, socialist country, a country run by Sharia law, those kind of places, it just wouldn't happen. This is the number one nation on earth. Isn't it great to be a part of it? Let's not take it for granted. I know I'm preaching to the choir, but let's keep on keeping on. Let's get that Save America Act passed. Let's keep talking about the common sense policies that are needed. And we love doing that here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Let's dive into some election security news in the meantime, in case you missed it. The Department of Justice says a Chinese national is charged with voter fraud, and a couple of documents you're about to see on your screen released by the Department of Justice. We're told a Chinese national residing in Andover, Massachusetts, was arrested 2 days ago for submitting a fraudulent voter registration and ballot in the 2024 presidential election in the name of another Chinese national. The defendant also allegedly submitted 2 fraudulent immigration forms on behalf of the victim, which was a Chinese national, and his wife, resulting in the confiscation of their green cards and causing them to enter into removal proceedings. We're told the charges of fraudulent registration and fraudulent voting each provide for a sentence of up to 5 years in prison, 3 years of supervised release, and a fine of $250,000. The defendant is subject to deportation upon completion of any sentence imposed. Switching from election news to national and international news, President Trump has announced a deal to substantially lower the price of ground beef for American families. The Biden administration undermined American agriculture and the farmers and ranchers who feed our country. President Trump is putting America's farmers and ranchers first and ensuring that the United States will never have to depend on foreign nations to feed ourselves. Also, the Trump FBI is stopping alleged terrorists in their tracks, arresting and disrupting terrorists. There have been more than 40% more foreign terrorist organization-related arrests and dismantling of almost double the number of foreign terrorist organizations. Also, yesterday, President Trump signed a new national space transportation policy to meet this moment of explosive growth by basically, the word is, by enhancing America's leadership in the next era of space and enabling more than 1,000 launches and reentries on American soil annually by 2030. And finally, President Trump announced an economic D-Day. is coming against Iran. Economic warfare and isolation on an unprecedented scale to cripple Iran and its ability to project terror worldwide. The White House saying any country that allows its public or private entities to provide any lifeline to Iran will face tremendous economic consequences. You're either with us or against us. Words all from the White House there, as we are seeing that the pre-program speakers will take the stage at 5:30 Eastern, the president around 7 o'clock. I say around because sometimes it's 6:48 Eastern, sometimes it's 7, sometimes it's 7:45. We're here for it, though. Thanks for joining us. And what we'll do throughout the broadcast is once the rally vibes kick into higher gear within that arena there, we'll be going there and just listening into and just having a good time together as we are live here on this Friday, August 21st. And speaking of dates, in less than 24 hours, the Freedom 250 Grand Prix kicks off in our nation's capital. Here are a couple videos, followed by an interview with White House Assistant Press Secretary Taylor Rogers with more on the Freedom 250 Grand Prix, clip number 6.
There's no better way to celebrate America's 250th birthday than the Freedom 250 Grand Prix. Look at this amazing crowd. There's never been a race like this. Be ready anytime. Great. Wow! What a race! History in the making at the Freedom 250 Grand Prix.
What a backdrop we have here in the streets of Washington, D.C. for the Freedom 250 event.
I mean, how cool is this? Here we are, Washington, D.C., in the city streets, and we're going to be racing 250 miles.
The Freedom 250 Grand Prix is going to be more than just an IndyCar race, more than just an IROC race. This is a celebration of what our country's given us. Usually we're going around to the legendary tracks, but this weekend we get to build one.
What an unbelievable undertaking to build a street circuit in Washington, D.C. 150, 170 down Pennsylvania Avenue and Capitol Building, the mall. What a privilege.
I am Bud Danker, President, Penske Corporation, and now Chairman of the Freedom 250 Grand Prix. Why don't we go take a walk on the track? So here we are, Pennsylvania Avenue. This is our racetrack. You're in Trent, 9th Street. This is just around the National Archives. Race to Constitution Avenue, 7th Street, bobbing down to the National Mall, and back around here to the start-finish line. To have a racetrack, you have to have wide roads. Pennsylvania Avenue is 92 feet wide. I needed 91 feet to have a pit lane to my left and a racetrack to my right. You get 92. That fit perfectly. This racetrack has 227 manhole covers. Every manhole cover I have to take off, have Secret Service look inside, have the utilities look inside, and then I have to cover back up and weld them down. And the reason why? Our cars create so much suction that if they weren't welded down, our manhole covers would be lifted off into the air. We'll have 140,000 people here each day. And by comparison, last year's Super Bowl had 70,000. We're going to double that. All fans are free August 22nd, 23rd. Our president will be waving the green flag. So it's going to be so cool. It's going to be so epic. And Secretary Duffy will be up there to wave the checkered flag for the finish of the race. This is not for me. It's not for IndyCar. This is truly for our country. Looking forward to showcasing this event to the world. I'll see everybody in a few days right here in our nation's capital.
Freedom 250 this Sunday, Grand Prix. It's going to be awesome.
It's going to be an incredible way to celebrate our country in ways we've never seen before.
Let's get in and check out the track.
I'm a risk taker, big dream chaser. Everything I'm doing is working in my favor. I don't know why people are denying my flavor, because once you taste it, realize it's amazing.
So let's talk race day. Race starts 1 o'clock on Sunday. 250 miles. I don't know where you got that number, but
Well, originally we had designed it for 125 laps because it fit into a TV window. And somebody from your team said, well, why is that longer than that? What significance does 125 have to our country? I'm like, duh. 1.7 miles divided into 250 equals 147 laps. The race is 147 laps.
147 laps.
So it's going to be a wear and tear on our drivers. Imagine driving this thing around without power steering. That's the kind of athletes we have. And the average heart rate, Secretary Duffy, is between 155 and 165 for 3 hours.
They are phenomenal athletes.
World-class athletes.
World class. Every hotel in DC is booked.
You can't get a room around the circumference of our area. They're all booked. They would be absolutely vacant this time of year. So 288,000 tickets were requested in just 9 days. So it shows me the demand of the people that want to come to it. This is going to help build our sport, but most importantly, celebrate our country.
Bud, this is gorgeous. We might have the only Grand Prix DC winner in history that's going to be determined by this line right up here.
Checkered flag line is right here. Yours truly right here. Secretary Duffy's throwing the checkered flag on this historic event after 147 laps in our capital. One winner, one race this Sunday.
147 laps, 250 miles for America's 250th birthday. This Sunday, be there. And joining us now with more on this weekend's big races, White House Assistant Press Secretary Taylor Rogers. Thanks so much for joining us, Taylor.
Thanks for having me.
Definitely. All right, so we just showed the people the great Freedom 250 Grand Prix videos. I don't know about you, but I'm ready to watch this thing over the weekend. Your thoughts about this Grand Prix?
Well, it's certainly going to be another spectacular event that the president has long envisioned having here for America's 250th birthday. The celebration continues here in our nation's capital. We saw a once-in-a-lifetime historic celebration on the 4th of July, and we're going to see another historic event here. There's never been an event quite like this. There's going to be Indy cars driving past the Capitol, the Washington Monument, and so this is going to be a great event. I will be there. My family's coming in town, along with the hundreds of thousands of other guests that are expected to be here in attendance. And so this is just another example of the hard work that the president, Secretary Duffy, Secretary Burgum have put in to ensure that America truly has a year-long celebration of its 250th birthday.
That's exactly what we're seeing here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. This isn't just a one-day thing, even though July 4th so important to our country, but seeing it for the 365 days. I've always wanted to go to Indianapolis to see the Indy 500. So all the people in the Northeast there, and maybe from around the country, really get a chance to see something like this with an epic backdrop. Must be pretty cool stuff.
That's right. I mean, it's the first time it's ever happened. I know Penske has worked extremely hard to develop this nearly 2-mile course. Again, that's going to weave in and out of some of, the most well-known monuments in the world and in our country. And so it's going to be spectacular. And just to give you a little sneak peek, just like you said, the president will be taking an honorary lap around the course in the Beast before the race begins. He's expected to be there with the First Lady and other members of the First Family. And just like we saw on the 4th of July, there's going to be lots of incredible flyovers. And so this is another patriotic event. But to your point, it's not just one day. The president wanted to make sure that our country was proud and was unified all year long. And I think he certainly delivered.
And on top of that, we're really looking forward to seeing the president tomorrow in South Carolina for a rally. Really looking forward to that, too. I mean, I've been to a number of them, and the momentum, the excitement from the American people moving into the midterms is going to a new level, isn't it?
Well, totally. Yes, the president will travel to South Carolina, a state that has voted for him big 3 times, and the president has certainly delivered for South Carolinians. I have to give a shout out to my alma mater there, and so I'm looking forward to the president returning there tomorrow, in which he's going to give a very energizing speech, and he'll touch on, I'm sure, the economy, dropping crime rates, prescription drugs being at the lowest price, and so the president has certainly delivered on many of his promises to the people of South Carolina, and he's excited to return there tomorrow.
All right, we're looking forward to the coverage right here on RSBN. White House Assistant Press Secretary Taylor Rogers, thanks so much for the insight on the Freedom 250 Grand Prix coming up this weekend in our nation's capital.
Thanks for having me.
All right, live here on Right Side, as you see there on the right side of your screen, that is Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Of course, getting ready for President Trump's event, a rally that is set to start, as you see at the bottom of your screen, at 5:30 Eastern. I'm not sure if our camera crew will zoom out a little bit and check out some of the crowd that's packing that venue, but looking forward to seeing a packed house there at the venue there in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. And some fun facts about South Carolina. Again, it's the 23rd most populous state with 5.5 million residents. Myrtle Beach has a population of 41,000. And I started the broadcast with a few facts and figures, including the fact that professional golfer Dustin Johnson is originally from the beach town there, Myrtle Beach, and so is Vanna White. Also, did you know South Carolina does not register voters by political party? There's no official count of Republican versus Democrat registered voters because the state does not collect or require party affiliation when people register to vote there. South Carolina is one of about 19 states that operates this way. The Palmetto State has open primaries, so voters choose a party's ballot at the time of voting without declaring a permanent affiliation. And as of today, the South Carolina State Election Commission reports there are nearly 3.5 million active registered voters, again, with no party breakdown available or maintained by the state. And as Taylor said, I believe she went to Clemson, by the way, as she mentioned, South Carolina has voted Republican in the past 3 presidential elections, 2024, 2020, and 2016, awarding its electoral votes to Donald Trump each time. The state has 9 electoral votes and has been a reliable Republican stronghold in presidential races since 1980. Man, 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Good afternoon once again. Welcome to RSBN Live. I'm Matthew Alvarez. It is Rally Day in America as our next stop takes us to South Carolina, where President Trump will deliver that speech to a packed house in Myrtle Beach, where right now it's, again, a balmy 89 degrees, pushing that 90 mark. This, as the scene is set for a Make America Great Again rally. Of course, we see the words great again right there. Well, above the president in the rafters, the banner today, Make America Great Again. This is something that we saw from time to time out there on all of those rallies that you guys have seen right here on RSBN. All right, so we know that the president is in the Palmetto State today to support Senator Darlene Graham in the Republican U.S. Senate runoff, who's facing South Carolina Representative Ralph Norman. That special election taking place next Tuesday, August 25th. This, as Darlene Graham was appointed to finish out the late Senator Lindsey Graham's term, which ends on January 3rd of next year. Now, the winner in the August special election, again, this coming Tuesday, the 25th of August, either Darlene Graham or Ralph Norman will then face the Democrat Annie Andrews in the November midterm election. For those of you just joining us, we're going to do this one more time quickly, as we know we are the Rally Network. We are with conservative news in the sense of we report on stories, we interview some great guests, we have some analysis, and we'll have some people join us here live in just a little bit to talk about today and talk about the midterm and coming up. But also, when I think of a Trump rally, I think of all of the great patriots from around the country that have chanted USA in support of President Trump. Let's take a look one more time at a few crowd videos that I've taken over the years with my phone. Let's go to clip 3.
Okay, where's everybody from? All right, so whoever wants to start talking, why you guys here so early?
Support our president, the real president. The real president. The one that's saving America and saving the world. That's right.
So, Biden's a fake president, isn't he? Who here loves freedom?
over the past few years at all of those rallies. Great stuff. Of course, we're going to listen in to the rally there in just a little bit as we are live here on RSBN. And speaking of venues, speeches, arenas, that kind of thing, we're going to go to the vice president who spoke in Middletown, Ohio, his hometown of Middletown. We're going to go to a few clips there in just a second. Before we do, let's go to a few of our sponsors, including Kalshi.com/RSBN. A lot of people on Kalshi on the political side of the spectrum saying, well, who's going to be the next press secretary? I'm not ready to talk about it yet because Carolyn Levitt is the greatest of all time. Did a great job there. She is ending at the end of the month, of course. We've heard about that announcement from the president. And Carolyn also on X talked about it as well. But on Kalshi.com/RSBN, a lot of people are saying, well, who's going to be next? And people are putting money on the line. They're betting, they're trading. They're also just checking out the polls. You can do the same if you'd like. So it's Kalshi.com/RSBN. You see right there at the bottom of your screen, it says Kalshi. There's 3 ways to get to Kalshi. The QR code, Kalshi.com/RSBN. Or you can just download the app if you'd like. It's a great app to check out. So great sponsor here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. More than 1 million users on there, and that number is growing by leaps and bounds. Let's also go to our next sponsor here on Right Side, KidsFightingSocialism.com. Parents and grandparents, we know that Democratic Socialists are winning a few primaries and gaining some political influence heading into the 2026 midterms, and their ideas favor of higher taxes, welfare programs, bigger government, are not only threatening our way of life today, but they could destroy your children's future. Because our kids are bound to hear more about socialism as we approach the midterms. They could be hearing that socialism is so-called better than capitalism and that socialism is the answer to all of our problems. Well, of course, parents want to be in control of this conversation so our kids are not brainwashed into believing those lies. That's why I want to tell you about the Kid's Guide to Fighting Socialism. This important guide explains the differences between capitalism and socialism's big brother, communism, in a way kids can understand. It really dives into and explains crucial concepts such as free markets, individual freedom, and government overreach. And remember, with midterms coming up, this is especially important for kids to learn right now. And that's why the Kid's Guide is giving you the Kid's Guide to Fighting Socialism for free today. It's part of a free gift bundle that also includes the Kids Guide to Free and Fair Elections. The guides are free, and yours to keep. You just need to pay that $2 for shipping and handling for the special offer. And to learn more and order your free copy of the Kids Guide to Fighting Socialism and to get your free bonus guide, just visit kidsfightingsocialism.com. Again, that's kidsfightingsocialism.com. It may be the most important thing you do for your children or grandchildren this year. Great stuff there. Great sponsor as well as we're approaching the top of the hour here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Let's go to the following. We know that Vice President J.D. Vance was speaking in Middletown, Ohio earlier today. Let's go to clip number 9 and look at a few of the highlights.
You all know my story. I look at what you all are wearing, and I remember my papaw going to work in an outfit not all that different and coming to this very place to work for nearly 40 years as a welder at what was then Armco Steel. And I can't help but think about the last time a James Vance stood in this very place. He has spent nearly 40 years as a welder at Armco Steel, now of course Middletown works at Cleveland Cliffs. He was not an educated man by any means, but he was a brilliant one. He was a complicated man. Of faith who never went to church. He was an alcoholic since middle school, but he quit cold turkey as a grandfather. But if he was a complicated man on the inside, he was a man with very simple ambitions. He didn't want to get rich. He had no desire to build a business. That's not who my papaw was. His American dream was well-fed kids, a car engine to tinker with. He loved to build out cars, a lukewarm cup of coffee, never cold, never hot, and of course a donut from either Central Pastry or Milton's Donuts. That was his American dream. I went to Central Pastry today because, of course, I had to go get an ugly donut while I was in town. And the ladies behind the counter, they said, "You've lost way too much weight. What's going on?" And I said, "Well, I don't have a Central Pastry in Washington, D.C. That's what's going on." My papaw, it's funny. he voted in every election. He loved this country, but he did not care for politics. Now, back then, he said that Democrats were the party of union men, so he usually voted Democrat, but he thought way too many politicians were just plain old corrupt. He was right. All he asked for from his political leaders is very simple. He asked that his taxes be reasonable. He asked that his community be safe. He asked that our politicians ensure that there were good jobs for men and women who are willing to work for them. And he asked that America never be asked to be the policeman of the world. He was my grandfather. I called him Papaw. And he toiled in this very place to give our family the little extras, like I said, for nearly 4 decades. Now, I'm very honored because the welders of this facility made me this incredible, beautiful artisan plaque to commemorate me coming here. And those of you who don't know, Papaw was a welder, so it's particularly meaningful for me and for all the welders behind me and in front of me. Thank you all. It means a great deal. But Papaw was a welder in this place for 40 years. And today his grandson stands here as the Vice President of these United States. It's an amazing thing. I'm not saying it's going to be easy or it's all going to happen overnight, but in just 18 months, we have seen an explosion of rebuilding in the American heartland. We have seen trillions, with a T, trillions of new dollars of investment pour into the United States of America to build new smelters, build new manufacturing facilities, build new mills, build new everything. Under President Trump's leadership, factory construction employment has exploded. We've added 80 just since Inauguration Day. And as companies break new ground on new facilities and they start building new assembly lines, imports for capital goods are reaching historic peaks. Because when we build these facilities, we've also got to put the beautiful equipment to go into them. Demand for metal cutting and similar machine tools is hitting its highest levels in a century in the United States of America. And all this new construction is building on a strong base, with manufacturing activity last month reaching its best rate in many, many years. We've created more than 29,000 new jobs in the sector in 2026 so far, reversing years of decline in manufacturing employment. And year over year, manufacturing workers' wages actually went up 4.2%, where they went down under the Biden administration. And frankly, they've been higher in the industries where you've seen that decline in illegal immigration into our country, like construction and commercial trucking. And that brings me to why I'm here today. Because we're not just here to talk about the celebration and the good news and the numbers. We're here to announce that Cleveland Cliffs is making today, right here in Middletown, Ohio, a $1 billion investment in transformational manufacturing right here in our home. Unfortunately, JFK or FDR's Democrat Party. Hell, it's not even Bill Clinton's Democrat Party. This is the party of diversity quotas rather than opportunity for all. This is the party, the Democrat Party of graduate students rather than the union and non-union workers who make this facility run. It's sometimes actually hard to understand, like, what do these modern Democrats actually stand for? But look what they say. Pay close attention, and they'll leave these little hints of what they actually care about. All right? El Sayed, this guy running for Senate in Michigan, he once argued, not too long ago, that criticisms of Sharia law were rooted in white supremacy. I'd love to go back in time and tell my papa that there's a man who claims to stand for working people who says not only should we have Sharia law, but if you criticize it, you're a white supremacist. That's not my papa's Democrat Party, my friends. Now, I served for 2 years in the Senate with Sherrod Brown. He was a friendly enough guy, but he was a man who claimed to represent this state, but never once raised his voice against Joe Biden's border crisis or against the inflation that was brought on by Joe Biden underinvesting and trying to destroy American industry. If you look look at it, at every step of the way, these Democrats have voted for foreign workers and fraudsters over American citizens and hard-paying taxpayers. They have voted for corporations who sent jobs overseas rather than good American businesses who invested in you, invested in your communities, and increased your jobs. Who do these Democrats put first? Everyone else. You know who the Trump administration puts first? Americans. You, my friends, that's who we fight for.
All right, looking live there, Beach, South Carolina. Of course, looking forward to seeing some of the pre-programmed speakers. You know, President Trump is not in the building right now because you don't have a presidential seal on the podium, but definitely getting to be a packed house there at the venue. Let's take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back here on RSBN Live.
Hey y'all, it's Bill. Look, don't forget to watch my show right here at Brightside Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Brightside Broadcasting Network. It's imperative that you do so, okay? Bye-bye.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
My Pillow's second annual mega sale is finally here. Get our patented premium My Pillows that adjust your exact individual needs to give you the best sleep of your life.
When I got my pillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well rested in the morning.
I guarantee they're going to be the most comfortable pillows you'll ever own. King size only $24.98, queen size only $19.98. Giza Dream bed sheets, the best sheets in history, as low as $29.98. Lux Beer 6-piece towel sets, towels that actually dry you. What a concept! Now only $39.98. And our made in the USA mattresses and mattress toppers as low as $99.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. Plus, free shipping options available when you order today. So don't delay, order now.
Parents, grandparents, and patriots. Socialists are winning primaries and gaining real power ahead of the 2026 midterms. If they win more seats, danger, disorder, and decline will shape your kids' future. That's why we're giving away the Kids Guide to Fighting Socialism for free. It shows children how socialism creeps in, why it fails, and why freedom and hard work matter. You care about their future. Don't let them grow up without the truth. Order your free guide now at kidsfightingsocialism.com. That's kidsfightingsocialism.com.
guests that will be joining us from now until then. And we're going over, of course, the 24/7 news cycle here on RSBN. Also, we'll be hearing the crowd, I'm sure, with some of the vibes that we have as we have another camera on the way into that arena. So it'll be good to listen in to some of that here on the network. Let's go to a couple of our sponsors, including mypillow.com/RSBN. mypillow.com/RSBN. A ton of great products, as you guys know. High quality products, low prices. That's pretty good stuff. That's a win-win. It's actually a trifecta of wins because if you're buying into conservative industry, it's good for conservative economy as well. mypillow.com/RSBN. And if you're not a conservative and you want to buy some MyPillow, hey, mypillow.com/RSBN is the spot to do it. You get that huge discount there with the RSBN promo code. Also, if you'd like to donate to Right Side Broadcasting Network, again, we're not bought and paid for by some huge woke corporation. You know, this is all about the viewers, and also we have some great sponsorship here. rsbnetwork.com/donate is the place to go. rsbnetwork.com/donate. Look at all this on the screen right now, by the way. The live picture there in Myrtle Beach, the various rallies that we've covered to the right of the screen there. There's Trump Force One. I mean, how many times have we seen or heard Trump Force One do a flyover back in the day and some of the Top Gun anthem playing while that happened? And I remember to this day being in Dayton, Ohio, when President Trump flew in right there at the airport, at a regional airport. It was a very windy day that day. And I'm going to check out right now on Truth Social just to double check if this headline photo is still the same shot, and it is. So if you go to Donald Trump's, the president's Truth Social, you can see that the photo there, you can check it out on your phone if you'd like. This is the spot. This is Dayton, Ohio for back in the day. I was at that rally, and President Trump, I remember the wind was so blustery, so high winds there, that the teleprompter actually broke. It fell off, and President Trump steps around, fixes the teleprompter. He kept on keeping on, and it was pretty cool. It was great, just great experiences. But outside of experiences, outside of all the hoopla, outside of the rally vibe, is a country. And we want our freedom to continue for another 250 years. We see what's happening in Europe, in some of those countries. We see what's happening in various countries around the world. We're still the leader in freedom, and we want to keep it that way. We've got to pass that Save America Act. We'll see what happens when Congress gets back into session coming up in September, as we are approaching that 70-day mark until the midterm election. So we'll see how everything transpires over the next few months and into 2027. Can you believe it's going to be 2027? 2026 so far going like that. And especially when you go to Hobby Lobby like I did with the family the other day and saw all the Christmas decorations all over the place already. It's summertime. Let's pump the brakes just a little bit. Hey, I love Christmas, but just can we wait till October? Maybe. Anyway, looking forward to hearing from the president at 7 o'clock. Also, those pre-program speakers at 5:30. We have a live guest coming up here any second from now here on Right Side. Looking forward to going to the live guest in just a minute. But let's continue on with the announcement from the White House recently about President Trump's visit to South Carolina today. Talking about safer communities. President Trump's law and order agenda is delivering safer streets across South Carolina as violent crime falls sharply. What we're seeing is that statewide homicides have dropped more than 18% in 2025 and fell another 21% in the first half of 2026. And I'll just say this. If you are a police officer or you're a first responder, my dad used to be a police detective. I get law enforcement, right? But if you have a leader at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue that is pro law and order, pro First Amendment, pro Second Amendment, you're talking the real kind of leader. You want that kind of leader, you know? Somebody that is pro the Constitution of the United States of America. And then that morale at that police station usually would be like, hey, you know, we don't have some leftist government that if we look at somebody wrong, you get in trouble. You know what I mean? Anyway, let's go now to Toria Brooks. She's a conservative host joining us right now here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Toria, thanks so much for joining us here on the network.
for having me. I'm excited that Trump's going to be in South Carolina, this new rally.
Yeah, exactly. We're looking forward to hearing from the president and the pre-program that starts at 5:30. Let's talk a little bit about, we have Ralph Norman taking on Darlene Graham in the special election next Tuesday. Do you have any insight on just, moving forward for who people are going to pick?
Based on the fact that President Trump really urged for Darlene Graham to take the late Lindsey Graham's place, I think that people are going to go in favor of Darlene. Maybe she's not a politician, but after all, President Trump's already set the precedent that you don't have to be a politician to be successful within this world. And I think that, given the sudden nature of Lindsey's passing, this would just be such an honor for Darlene. And I think it would really say something about what she's going to do about his legacy. And, people were proven wrong about Lindsey. Everyone thought he was this neocon war hawk, and the numbers came back after his death, and it turned out that he wasn't taking the same amount of money as so many other people were. In fact, he was doing it for the love of the game. So I really hope that Darlene takes notes on what her brother had done, what he had accomplished, and I really hope that she does well.
And then, so we'll see on August 25th, Tuesday, is that special election coming up. And of course, President Trump today talking in support of Darlene Graham. She'll be, I'm sure, taking the stage as well. Let's shift from that, speaking of elections, to something we talk about a lot here on the network, the Save America Act. Toria, how much support are you seeing out there when it comes to whether you're on Truth Social, on X, and anywhere else out there?
I think everyone is adamantly suggesting that we pass this. I mean, after all, as I mentioned the last time I was on, there's no reason that we should be questioning why people shouldn't show an ID to vote. After all, there's everything in this country you pretty much have to have an ID to do, whether it's go to a theme park, whether it's to go to a liquor store. I mean, you need to be able to prove your identity. And I think it's wild that we are still trying to prove that, legal migrants shouldn't be involved in our elections and that our vote should be ours. So I'm absolutely in favor of it. And I think that more people should be speaking out about it.
So on top of that, whenever I've checked out the Truth Social account for Toria Brooke, you are, I don't know how you do it, but this international 24/7 news cycle, you're always, you got this, you got that. Yeah. Is this just by yourself?
Yes, I don't have a team. Believe it or not, it is just me. And some people joke that I'm never sleeping. I have been trying to prioritize sleep as of late because you got to be able to keep the engine running. But I use many different resources. I'm not just limited, as you know, to one platform. So I'm following European sources as well. And there are tools you can use to, with AI or just computers in general, translate other languages. So one of my favorite things to do when I wake up is I check the European sources because, half the time they're 5 hours or more ahead of us on what's going on over there. And that's how I get it. So I try to be as, current as possible. And I like to check various sources to make sure that the information that we're getting is the truth.
Always good to do that. Also, let's shift back to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. The excitement of a Trump rally. Have you ever been to a Trump rally? What stories would you share with us if you have?
So actually, I had not been to one in person until August of 2023, which may blow people's minds because I've probably watched almost every single Trump rally. And it almost felt like as he was talking, I could recite what he was saying because that's just how many I watched. Listen to me, all right? Even crazy Nancy Pelosi would say that if I walked out to Fifth Avenue and pointed a gun at somebody, I would still get elected. I over time, I just learned his mannerisms and learned his little freedom floss, I like to call it, dance. I did not go to one until August of 2023 in Pennsylvania. Pretty cool because I was actually hanging out with people who had worked for Right Side Broadcasting and some other news networks that we love that are on the right, a little bit more smaller networks, more freedom to say what they want to say. And it was awesome. I mean, I will never forget it. The energy in the room was electric. I have a picture on my account featured now if you go to my Instagram. And there was this trend recently. It says kind of chic. And I said kind of chic to be an American. And that photo was taken at a Trump rally. So, there's no words that can really summarize what it's like. And the one thing I would say, the one complaint is that you don't really have internet when you're there because sometimes they jam the area and other times there's just no internet because everyone's trying to get on their phone. So oftentimes when I was there, if if I was trying to post a video or anything, I was also at the Garden, before the election, which Madison Square Garden. I mean, as you know, I've seen Billy Joel there probably 3 times. There's nothing like the Garden. There's nothing like the Garden. So I just wish that there was a little bit better Wi-Fi. Maybe I need to get a better hotspot, but I'm sure other people could agree with me on that.
Well, that's definitely true. It's hard to get that Wi-Fi from the White House unless you're like there with the media. But anyway, I see Nashville, the backdrop behind you. Talk about a city that has grown by leaps and bounds over the years, thanks to Lower Broadway with all of the tourism there. I mean, tell us about Nashville, Tennessee.
I love it, but a lot of the people that are in the area, when they say they're from Nashville, actually live outside of it. So there's great places like Brentwood, Franklin. There's a bunch of big names I'm sure you've heard of. I mean, I think Theo Vaughn lives out here that love the area, and it is very conservative. So while people like to say it's a purple city, yes, for sure, there are definitely liberals and Democrats, but there's a lot of people who love President Trump that are out here and freedom fighters, and it's a magical place. Some people like to call it like the other Vegas. I could compare it in some ways to the energy of certain conservative areas of California and Vegas. But, there's no place like it. I've lived in New Jersey, I've lived in Florida, and I do love Palm Beach County, but there's nothing like this area. The food's decent. The music's obviously exceptional, and the vibes are great. There's just amazing people here, and what I like most about where I live is that there's a sense of community. So as much as everyone's very much on their phones, as you know, there is a sense of people actually seeing each other every day, seeing the same familiar faces and building those relationships, and that's what I'm all about. So that's
And then also, 12 South, great neighborhood there in Nashville, and just a lot of great spots there in, as they call it, Nash Vegas. It is quite the city. Nash Vegas is quite the city. But let's close up the interview with the following. Why do you do what you do every day, Toria?
When I left corporate working in fashion and I realized what this country needed, I realized that there's nothing like fighting for what's right. There's nothing like fighting for this nation. And right now we need a revival, not only in the church, not only in your faith, but we need it politically. And there's nothing like young people rising up. So I felt that I had a duty, and I just felt a calling. And I want people to know the truth of what's going on. I want to be able to represent the president, and I want to be able to bring people together. So there's nothing like this. When I wake up in the morning from the time I go to sleep, this is what I'm doing. And maybe that's what other people feel about their callings, whether it's medical, whether it's becoming a lawyer, which maybe I will be one day. But right now, this is my passion, and I really love serving the people who follow me and trust my judgment in sharing the truth.
Awesome stuff. Conservative host Toria Brooke, thanks again for joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We'll talk to you later.
Thank you.
Awesome stuff there with Toria. I've always, I followed her on Truth Social. I've seen all of these posts from Brazil and then Taiwan, and I'm like, how in the world? I mean, I see it too, but she gets it posted right out into the whole, I was going to say Twitter sphere, but these are old terms. Before we get to Dr. Sebastian Gorka, the Deputy Assistant to the President, the Senior Director for Counterterrorism, National Security Council. Before we get to that interview, let's go to a few of our sponsors here on Right Side. We have a few other live interviews lined up as we get ready to go to Myrtle Beach and hear the crowd chanting USA and Lee Greenwood's God Bless the USA, which Lee has been on the broadcast here before a few times. It's great to interview Lee and other people too. So anyway, let's go to our first sponsor here on Right Side. You see, All Family Pharmacy is one of our great sponsors, and we've talked about All Family Pharmacy before, and there's a reason we keep returning to them. In my opinion, they're one of the best pharmacies in the country because they believe Americans should have more freedom and more choice when it comes to their healthcare. They stand for medical freedom and work to make trusted medications easier to access without all of that runaround. So when life throws you a curveball and your health suddenly becomes the priority, you want a pharmacy that's ready to help. From connecting you with licensed medical providers when appropriate, to fast shipping options, to knowledgeable support when you have questions, All Family Pharmacy is there when you need them. They have a full catalog of more than 400 medications, from everyday essentials to antibiotics to ivermectin, NAD+, GLP-1 options, peptides, all the medications you may want to have on hand. It's really the kind of company you hope you never need in an emergency, but you're glad it's there if you do. Check them out and find the medications you may need for your family. Visit allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Use that promo code at checkout. You get that 10% off. You can also give them a call, 561-717-6794, 561-717-6794. If you have any questions, All Family Pharmacy, great sponsor here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. All right, so it's 425. Let's go to Birch Gold Group. You see that we are still a couple months out, but the midterms are fast approaching. And make no mistake, if the House flips, it's a big deal for our economy. That uncertainty is one of the reasons to diversify with gold from Birch Gold Group. In the 3 months leading up to the 2024 presidential election, the spot price of gold jumped over 12%, all because it's a hedge against uncertainty. And if you don't own gold, I would suggest talking with Birch Gold because they'll discuss your goals and explain how precious metals can fit into your savings. And they can even help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold with no additional money out of pocket. So just text Trump to the number 989898. Let's get a free info kit right there, and you get some solid information as well. The midterms will be here before you know it, so just text Trump to 989898. As we are approaching the bottom of the hour, about an hour away from the pre-program to start there in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Let's take a live listen in just to whether it's music, whatever's going on there, and then I could do some commentary maybe as we switch over our cameras and take that live listen to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. It's sounding just like I remembered it. It's good stuff there at Right Side Broadcasting Network there in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. And of course, it's going to be great when we hear all sorts of chants, everything from USA to, you know what, it'd be great since this is more of an older school rally because it's the Make America Great Again rally. Hey, build the wall. We're already seeing the wall be built. Let's see what else. How about Let's Go Brandon? That's always a funny one. Every time I'm out at these rallies and events outside, you know, we start chanting USA, and then I say, let's go Brandon, and we have a great time doing that, of course. And it's been quite the run of rallies for President Trump since 2015. I recall in the Bronx, of all places, right? You'd think the Bronx, New York, that's a place that's only blue, right? Well, it's not. And there are a ton of people that love our country and love freedom and love President Trump in the Bronx. We saw that rally some time ago. There are so many to bring up, so many great moments in time that we've witnessed together, and some really difficult times as well, as we saw with J13 back in Butler, Pennsylvania. But it was a week later that in Grand Rapids, Michigan, that we had what we saw 7 days later, a packed house, President Trump saying the show must go on a week after getting hit by gunfire at that rally in Michigan. And it was better than a Game 7 in, if you understand Stanley Cup hockey. That is one of the most electric kind of vibes that I've been around. Of course, if you go to a college football game, it's that kind of thing. But it's something of a deep love and loyalty to the United States of America and to the president after going through what he went through in 2024 and then crushing it in the election, just like he did in 2016, 2020. We know what happened in 2020. And let's talk about that a little bit, shall we? Because it's something that's interesting when the White House and the president say the following, that the Census Bureau recently released an analysis showing more than 24,000 non-citizens illegally voted in the 2020 election. And that, we're told, is just the beginning. Millions more voters' records will be analyzed in the coming weeks. And these records will likely show tens of thousands of additional illegal voters. The White House saying the American people deserve transparency and secure elections. America's elections are for American citizens only. If someone's for mass migration, if someone's for leftist policies, if someone's for socialism, communism, Sharia law, which is, again, a governance, a law that is trying to push all other types of things, not the United States Constitution, right? If someone's pushing all of these things, well, we know that that's exactly what's happening. Because on this ballot coming up for the midterm election, it is that, isn't it? Socialism, communism, Marxism, taking on conservatism, freedom. That election is coming up in north of 70 days. And then before you know it, it's the 2028 presidential. So a lot going on right now here as we're monitoring these stories. And coming up, I believe it's a confirmed interview. Now, G. Van Fleet has joined us here on the network before. She escaped communism. So of all people, and now she's a great patriot, American citizen. Of all people, I wanted to hear from her about really what we're facing when it comes to some of this DSA, Democratic Socialists of America and all that. And I want to make one more point quickly. There are people that are saying, well, the Democrats need to come out and say, hey, we're not part of that extreme left. We're not the Democrat Socialists of America. We're not communists. Those people are just way too far left. Where are the moderate Democrats? To me, there's no difference because people can say they're a moderate Democrat, but in the depths of their mind, they want the DSA, they want communism, they want all the terrible things. And there may be some Republicans that feel the same way. Who knows? Let's go to some of our sponsors here on Right Side. We spend a lot of time preparing for storms, power outages, and all kinds of unexpected situations. But one thing most families never think about is what happens in those first critical minutes after a serious accident. And that's exactly why the first hour trauma kit was created, because really it's packed with, well, also, hold on, it's not just another first aid kit. It's packed with 82 life-saving tools, including a professional emergency tourniquet, chest seals, a splint, trauma bandages. I don't even know you can get this stuff. And other equipment designed to help you respond before first responders can arrive. So those first few minutes can be incredibly important, whether it's a car accident, a bad fall, a workplace injury, or an outdoor emergency. Having the right equipment available can make all the difference while you're waiting for professional medical help. And because you're watching RSBN right now, whether live or on replay, there's a special opportunity for our audience. Just head on over to firsthour.com or simply scan the QR code on your screen to learn more and get yours today. Don't wait until an emergency happens to wish you were prepared. Join the thousands of Americans who have already added the first hour trauma kit to their home, vehicle, or range bag. All you can do is visit firsthour.com today. That's the number one, STHOUR.com. So firsthour.com. With First Hour, don't just hope you're prepared, know you are. Great sponsor here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. I wish I knew about this back in the day. Not saying I went through some wild accident or anything, but just having that, being prepared in that way. It hasn't always been a studio setting. I've done the studio thing, but I've also been out there in the field a lot over the past 20 years, including Superstorm Sandy on the beaches of that storm that hit in 2012, and all sorts of different coverage that I've partook in when it comes to weather coverage. It's always good to have something like that. Maybe if you are in an accident or something. First Hour, great sponsor, new sponsor here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. All right, so are we going to see the presidential seal be put up on that podium? I don't know, but if we do, that means President Trump is in the building. That looks like just a photo happening right now. All right, let's get back to something from the White House talking about elections, and then we'll get back into the rally vibe here as we are about an hour, less than an hour from the pre-program to start there in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Again, if you're just joining us, the population of Myrtle Beach, 41,000 residents. South Carolina is the 23rd most populous state with 5.5 million people that live in that state. Of course, home to the Clemson Tigers and the South Carolina Gamecocks as well. Big sports in South Carolina, and I've never been to Charleston yet. Been to Savannah, beautiful, but not to Charleston. Been a lot of places, but not Charleston, so it'd be nice to check it out someday. Anyway, all right, let's go back to what I was talking about earlier. The White House saying, for years, fake news and other bad actors tried to convince you that we had safe and secure elections when that clearly wasn't a reality. America must continue to fight for honest elections and properly functioning voting systems our nation depends on. The White House saying our U.S. election system is broken. And there's a lot of disclosures that the president shared with the American people just a few weeks back. Remember when the news media, the mainstream folks decided, we're not going to really air the speech by President Trump in a primetime address about elections. Of course, they wouldn't want to hear that because there's evidence, receipts, proof, facts, truth that hundreds of millions of American voter files are in the hands of foreign governments. How about voting machines and ballot counting systems exposed to hacking and manipulation? How about China and other adversaries actively trying to meddle in elections? Evidence of fraud being buried, hundreds of thousands of non-citizens and people still active on voter rolls. No voter ID, no proof of citizenship required, tens of millions of mail-in ballots floating unsecured. Again, this is why the president's talking about the Save America Act. There are some in conservative circles talking about a national election security and election integrity declaration, similar to when President Trump called a declaration for the southern border. We'll see what happens. We'll monitor it here on Right Side. Also, coming up, of course, speaking of elections, we have that midterm that's in about 70 days, but September 9th and 10th in Dallas, Texas, a huge midterm national convention. Looking forward to seeing that coverage right here on Right Side and within conservative media as we're approaching the 4:37 mark on RSBN. If you'd like to follow us on Right Side Broadcasting Network on Truth Social, all you have to do is go to @RSBN and hit the follow button. It's @RSB Network on X. If you'd like to share this link with your friends and family, please do so as we get ready to see some of the pre-programmed speakers at 5:30. And also, we see the president at 7 o'clock. In the meantime, we have a couple live interviews coming up in just a little bit. Let's take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back here on Right Side.
Hey y'all, it's Bill. Chit Chat Live. Look, don't forget to watch my show right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's imperative that you do so, okay? Bye-bye.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
My Pillow's second annual mega sale is finally here. Get our patented premium My Pillows that adjust your exact individual needs to give you the best sleep of your life.
When I got my pillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well rested in the morning.
I guarantee they're going to be the most comfortable pillows you'll ever own. King size only $24.98, queen size only $19.98. Giza Dream bed sheets, the best sheets in history, as low as $29.98. Lux Beer 6-piece towel sets, towels that actually dry you. What a concept! Now only $39.98. And our made in the USA mattresses and mattress toppers as low as $99.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. Plus, free shipping options available when you order today. So don't delay, order now.
Parents, grandparents, and patriots. Socialists are winning primaries and gaining real power ahead of the 2026 midterms. If they win more seats, danger, disorder, and decline will shape your kids' future. That's why we're giving away the Kids Guide to Fighting Socialism for free. It shows children how socialism creeps in, why it fails, and why freedom and hard work matter. You care about their future. Don't let them grow up without the truth. Order your free guide now at kidsfightingsocialism.com. That's kidsfightingsocialism.com.
Welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network. Two great visuals there of the people in South Carolina getting ready to hear from the pre-program speakers that will start around 5:30. I just want to wrap up some of the election commentary with something that's specific when it comes to the remaining primary election days leading up to the November 3rd election. So on Tuesday, August 25th, Oklahoma has a runoff election. Of course, South Carolina has the special election. Darlene Graham, Ralph Norman, whoever wins that will move on and face Annie Andrews in November, the Democrat. September 1st, Massachusetts has its primary election. September 8th, New Hampshire. September 9th, Rhode Island. September 15th is Delaware. All right, let's talk about another state. Let's talk about Ohio. The Vice President, J.D. Vance, at his hometown in Middletown, Ohio, earlier today. Let's revisit a few highlights there before we get to some more live interviews here on RSBN.
Have measured the ways in which the opioid crisis exploded in the very locations where jobs were shipped overseas. The open borders demanded by those same people brought some innocent people, of course it did. But we also know that it brought a lot of cartels, it brought the fentanyl trade, and it left us with millions of orphan children being raised by aggrieved grandparents. That was the story, of course, of my mama and papa. Now, the blood of these men and women, these so-called deaths of despair, I'm sure you've heard that phrase, but it's almost too abstract for me. Because the blood of those people, in my view, it pulls at the feet of those who would sell out their country for a cheap bottom line. Our politicians, and frankly, the cronies in the private sector, people who didn't want to build in America like Cleveland Cliffs, but people who were happy to build overseas, they got rich, and communities like this one got poor. Politicians, think about this, who came to Washington with a few $1,000s in their bank account, left after decades of public service with millions in stock portfolios. And what did all of you get? What did we get? If you were lucky, your neighbor's job got shipped to a foreign country while your tax dollars got shipped to fraudsters. And if you were unlucky, as I know many people in this room were, you were left raising a grandchild while you were mourning the child killed by the very poison brought across that wide open border. But just as it was a policy choice to let that happen, my friends, it was a policy choice to reverse that decline. And in November of 2024, you made a choice to reverse 40 years of American decline and make Donald Trump the President of the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what we're up against in November. Whether it's child predators, Somali fraudsters, foreign gang members, or even visa fraudsters who are working to undercut American wages and steal from American taxpayers, the Democrats know who they stand for. It's anyone but you. Think about it. Every single Democrat, every one, voted against no taxes on tips, voted against no taxes on Social Security, voted against no taxes on overtime, and voted against no taxes on car loans so long as those cars were made right here in America. Now, we got to ask ourselves, imagine if they get back in power, what are they going to vote for? If these radicals take control of Congress, they're going to pass the craziest agenda America has ever seen. You're not going to have to take my word for it. You just got to hear these guys actually talk about it themselves. One incoming Democrat congresswoman wants to abolish prisons, she wants to abolish police, and she wants to abolish the borders. And let me just say, that's the only real question on the ballot in November. Do we believe in America, or do we believe in nothing? We in this room believe in America, and we're going to fight for it, my friends. Not just here to talk about the celebration and the good news and the numbers. We're here to announce that Cleveland Cliffs is making today, right here in Middletown, Ohio, a $1 billion investment in transformational manufacturing right here in our home. Now that's protect and create tons of new jobs. We're going to upgrade the iron making furnace. We're going to implement cutting edge new technology to optimize furnace operation and improve Middletown's air qualities, because as much as the far left says that you can't have industry, but also clean air and water, we're going to show in this facility that's exactly what you can have. You can have both of it, and you can have it in spades with smart leadership.
All right, so the Vice President, J.D. Vance, speaking in Middletown, Ohio, his hometown. Of course, President Trump to speak at 7 o'clock Eastern Time in South Carolina. And let's get to a few of our sponsors here before we get to our next live interview on Right Side Broadcasting Network, including mypillow.com/RSBN. Of course, mypillow.com/RSBN. So many great products, from the My Coffee to the premium pillows to the Giza Dream Sheets, the mattress topper, the dog bed. The list goes on. mypillow.com/RSBN. Go ahead and give it a try. If you have no MyPillow products, you got to at least get one. And if you have 20 MyPillow products, maybe get 21 of them. You know what I mean? One more. Anyway, great sponsor here on Right Side. If you'd like to donate to Right Side, all you have to do is go to rsbnetwork.com/donate, rsbnetwork.com/donate. All right, so as we await the pre-program to start, we have a few live guests that will be joining us, including David D'Arcangelo. He's the CEO for Angel Buttons. So you might be wondering, wait, where did this button come from? Well, this came from Angel Buttons. It says, tell Congress to do what, David?
Pass the SAVE Act. You know how I feel about that, Matt.
Yeah, definitely. Tell Congress to pass the Save America Act. So I've got the button.
Got to.
Last time David was on, he sent us over a bunch of buttons. So thanks again for doing that. Good stuff from even back in the day. Like you said, the midterm convention. Oh.
And anybody who wants some RSBN swag, we got that too.
Oh, man. Really? Okay, you're going to do that to me. I'm not
We
saying
got that too. So we got multiple ways.
Oh, man, that's cool stuff. The CEO for Angel Buttons, thanks again for joining us here. You know, President Trump keeps on keeping on like the Energizer Bunny, doesn't he? He just keeps going to these rallies.
He's amazing. The stamina that this guy has is just, it really is. I don't know if there's another example in America. I mean, other than, JFK was very youthful. He kind of got, all the media attention for that. So, but really next to that, I don't know if we've seen anybody with quite the charisma or energy that President Trump has. It's really remarkable. Whether you like him or not, you've got to give him really tremendous credit. I mean, for what happened in Butler, how terrible that was, and to bounce back. I think, was it a week or two later, he's up there doing rallies again. I mean, that's really, it's amazing.
It is amazing. Yeah, it was 7 days later, Grand Rapids, Michigan. The show must go on. I was there for that. He had the patch on his ear and everything. And man, when he came out, J.D. Vance, actually the vice president of Canada at that time, came out and introduced the president, and the place went wild. It was epic. Now, have you been to any rallies out there, and what states and any experiences you've had?
Yeah, so the one rally I tried to get into in New Hampshire, I got shut out of because I only got there 3 hours in advance, and the line stopped. So we went to a local place actually to watch it, because there was still a line. There was still, a quarter-mile line ahead of us when they said there's no more room inside. So yeah, I mean, these rallies are intense, and I was watching Butler live when that happened, and it's just, again, it's a phenomenon that we've never seen previously, and quite frankly, I don't think we'll ever see again.
Yeah, this is something that is a different level that we've been covering here at RSBN. We've been front row, really. It should be called front row RSBNs instead of only just front row Joes. I mean, because we've been there since 2015. And David, can you share with us a little bit of how the last time you were on here, a disability-owned business, pretty awesome stuff in the sense of how successful you guys are. Don't you have your buttons in Walmart and other places too?
We've had our buttons on commercials. We've had them we're still on Walmart.com. You can buy them there. You can buy them on angelbuttons.com, Walmart.com. We have a shop set up there. So yeah, I mean, there's not many brands, if any, that have a trademark that are, verified official, made in the USA, 100% made in the USA, disability-owned business enterprises. So we might be the only one, as far as I know.
Yeah, no, that's awesome stuff. And the buttons are great. You sent us over a bunch of them. The RSBN one looks really sharp, though, by the way. And that one's
yeah,
cool
we've
too.
got. I did both of those up for you. So we've got both a white and a blue with the reverse there. So either one, I'll send them over to you as well. And of course, we've got all the patriotic buttons that we and different sizes too. This one's a small lapel pin that you could just tack on. Love the USA, and we've got 9/11 coming up, so we've got those never forget buttons. So yeah, I mean, we love America, and change is coming. And I really think that we're actually now. I was looking at the polls. One of my last episodes of my podcast, I had pollster David Paleologos on, and going over some of the data, both with him, the Cook Political Report. I've been looking at some other polling. I actually think the Republicans are going to keep the House and the Senate by narrow margins, which is going to be good. So it's going to be a continuation of what we've been going through recently, I think.
Yeah, no, it's very interesting because we are about 70 plus days until that midterm national election. Let's talk about the midterm national convention, a place that a number of people may be wearing these buttons that are there. So let's talk about that. That's something that has not happened in the RNC's history.
Yeah, having a mid-year, I think, is great. And it's done at the state level in various states, and I think it's proven to be effective. Because you don't have to have the burden of all of the pressure of who's getting nominated and all the things that you can really kind of talk about issues, get everybody together, keep everybody on the same page. I think it's a great opportunity. I think we should probably make it a practice, particularly because I think it's going to pay dividends. And again, I think we're going to keep Congress.
Yeah, no, and exactly right when it comes to the momentum there. Midterm national convention. These are the kind of things that, with President Trump at the helm, there are things that happen. We have the Freedom 250 Grand Prix. You have the UFC cage fight. You have all these different things going on. But this is something that goes right into rally kind of vibes and also the midterm convention feel. This is marrying the two going into November. What are your just final words when it comes to the Save America Act, just getting it passed, to my point and to your point of making this button?
Yeah, so, as somebody who was a very early supporter of President Trump and saw this phenomenon coming back in 2016, when you could see these rallies and people were saying, oh, well, he's a celebrity, he's not going to win, that's why he's doing well. I was like, I don't think you understand. You can't, it was a groundswell as a grassroots campaigner. I could feel it. And so to continue it all the way through, I mean, in 1845 was really when Congress acted on the first nationwide elections and kind of normalized that. We went the next 150 years without really much reform. So we do need the Save America Act now to modernize an election process that has been so diffused. I really believe in local control, but you got to set some national standards. And we've gotten so far away from that. It's time now to develop these national standards because the safety of our system is the fact that we have 50 states. But with I think it's 178,000 something precincts, almost 100,000 polling locations across the country. We should have election day. It should be a one-day thing. It should be a national holiday. And we should be able to get the results that night and give Americans the confidence back in our elections. No more of this hanging chads. It started back in even before 2000 election when it was controversial, even before then. So, we've had this past 20 something years of really election day doubts. And what happened in 2020 is completely unacceptable. Mail-in voting needs to be eliminated or very significantly reined in and reformed because there's just too much fraud there. And don't believe me, that's not even a partisan thing. Just read the reports that have been put out on it by all sides of the political spectrum, by the way. So, yeah, I mean, we need that reform. I'm not sure what they're waiting for, but we've got to do it. You got to call your Congress people and let them know that your vote, the vote for them is depending upon that bill.
It's so true. It's a common sense piece of legislation. I don't want to use the word act anymore. I want to say, well, the Save America law is, I'd much rather hear that. David D'Arcangelo, the CEO for Angel Buttons, great insight and analysis, and I believe the mass majority of the country agrees exactly with what you just said.
80% agrees with us, Matt. We got to get it done.
Get it done. David D'Arcangelo, thanks again for joining us on RSBN.
Have a
Thanks for
great
the
day.
buttons as well.
Sure, let me know.
Thank you. Good stuff there with David with Angel Buttons. All right, so we are live right now, and you see that the podium does not have the presidential seal yet. So that means President Trump's still en route to that great event that'll be taking place here in just a little bit. So we're about, 36 minutes from the pre-program that is set to start at 5:30. And then President Trump to speak at 7 o'clock. All right, let's go to a few of our sponsors here on Right Side Broadcasting Network, including the following. Right there, you see calsheet.com/RSBN. So if you're looking to bet or trade, or maybe just check out some polls, this is the spot to do it. Right away, when you open up the app, it goes right to political trending stories or trending bets. And one of them is, who will the next White House press secretary be? And there's a bunch of names there, and people are, putting money on the line. A lot of people are just checking out the polls as well. So you can do whatever you like when it comes to calsheet.com/RSBN, when it comes to specifically the topics that they have there: politics, faith, weather, sports, commodities, crypto, all sorts of stuff. Great sponsor, great site. 3 ways to get to them. QR code right there, CalSheet app, or go to calsheet.com/RSBN. Let's go to our next sponsor here on the right side. You see right there the Kids Guide, really specifically kidsfightingsocialism.com. Now, Democratic Socialists, unfortunately, they're winning a few primaries out there, gaining some political influence heading into the 2026 midterms. And their ideas in favor of higher taxes, welfare programs, and bigger government are not only threatening our way of life today, but they can destroy your children's future. Our kids are bound to hear more about socialism as we approach the midterms. They could be hearing that socialism is better than capitalism and that socialism is the answer to all of our problems. Of course, parents, we want to be in control of this conversation so your kids don't risk being brainwashed into believing these lies. And that's why I want to tell you about the Kids Guide to Fighting Socialism. This important guide explains the differences between capitalism and socialism's big brother, communism, in a way kids can understand. It explains crucial concepts such as free markets, individual freedom, government overreach. And really, as we know that the midterms are coming up, it's especially important for kids to learn about this right now. And that's why the Kids Guide is giving you the Kids Guide to Fighting Socialism for free today. It's part of a free gift bundle that also includes the Kids Guide to Free and Fair Elections. So the guides are free and yours to keep. You just need to pay $2 for that shipping and handling for this special offer. So to learn more and order your free copy of the Kids Guide to Fighting Socialism and your free bonus guide, just visit that website, kidsfightingsocialism.com. That's kidsfightingsocialism.com. And maybe the most important thing you do for your children or grandchildren this year. Great sponsor as we are approaching the top of the hour here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. My name's Matthew Alvarez. Thanks so much for watching. We started our program at about 2 o'clock Eastern Time, and joining us now is conservative journalist and RSBN writer, Summer Lane, joining us live from California. Hi, Summer.
Hi, it's good to be back.
It's great to have you back here on the network. Every time I see the name Summer Lane, I go, man, she's gotten reposted by the leader of the free world, President Trump, probably 15, 20 times. Awesome writing, awesome skill. How do you see the midterms coming up? Because there's a lot at stake, isn't there?
Yes, I see them coming up faster than I would like them to. I feel like the year went by in a blur. It's been a lot going on. I'm excited about the midterm convention coming up. I heard you talking about it just a few minutes ago with the previous guest. And I was like, oh, I'm really excited about that. It's going to be the first of its kind. I do think that the Republicans have a lot of momentum that they can lean into for this if they just hammer in on the economic stuff and all of the accomplishments of President Trump. The working families, tax cuts, the one big beautiful bill, the no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime, and just domestic manufacturing, which he's really focused on and brought back into America. So I think there's a lot of really positive things that he can focus on, the whole party can focus on to get us over the finish line in November.
And when we're looking at law and order, we're looking at the National Guard there in D.C., making it safe and beautiful again, the southern border. I mean, the list goes on. And of course, we want to always see more and more and more because why not? But looking forward to also the midterm national convention. Your thoughts about that with the momentum, as I mentioned with the last guest?
Yeah, I'm excited about it. I love watching political events. When I was a little girl, my family and I, we used to get like pizza and we would watch the RNC every year. It
That's
was like a
awesome.
big, yeah, it was like a big event at our house. So I've always been interested in politics. So I'm really excited to see how this plays out. I think I saw an interview with Joe Gruters, the chairman of the RNC, very recently, and he was talking about how it's going to be like a RNC traditional convention, big names, big speakers, except it's going to be in the midterms. So I don't think they've finalized any speakers yet. Correct me if I'm wrong. But I would expect to see, other than President Trump, just a lot of prominent Republicans, probably people like Speaker Johnson, maybe just people like that are leaders in the party. And I'm excited just to see who they pull in for this. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm thinking because of some of the interviews we've done here with Joe Gruters and others with the RNC that there'll be also everyday Americans, which whenever I say everyday Americans, it doesn't mean that's, oh, it's just an everyday American. You, me, we are everyday Americans. We want the best for our country. We love God, family, country. We want freedom to continue. And, we want the Save America Act to pass and all of those things. Let's shift over now. It's Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. This is yet another Trump rally, but this time the Make America Great Again banner is behind the president. This is looking old school, but still. Tell us your thoughts about some of maybe the rallies you've been to, some of the experiences that you've had there.
Well, I feel like the Trump rally experience is kind of like going to, I don't know, like a David Bowie concert or just something really unique. Like you'll never experience it again. It's a once in a lifetime thing. The most recent rally I went to was here in California, actually, when President Trump came to Coachella. And that was like right before the election. It was over 100 degrees. The people like didn't care. They were so excited to see him. And it's like going to a concert. People are like screaming and they're like so excited. And I always encourage people, like, if you have a Trump rally near you, like you should go, because it is so fun to be on the ground and to feel the energy, and you will never regret it.
Yeah, exactly. And even if it's hot, if it's cold, if it's rainy, if it's muddy, and then usually it's always good if it's an indoor event, especially if it's really cold outside. I know I've seen that before. My fiance at the time, now my wife, we were up in New Hampshire. We were up in, yeah, it was New Hampshire for about a week of coverage here with Right Side a couple years back. And it was just icy and cold. But man, when you get inside and you hear those USA chants and you're like, all is good in the world, right? It just definitely gives you that kind of that good feeling. And
Oh, yeah.
we want more of that when it comes to the freedom for our nation, don't we?
Yes, definitely. And I think the midterms are going to decide just kind of which direction we're going to go. I certainly am hoping and praying that we're going to hold our majorities in both chambers. And I think we have a very good chance in doing that as long as we stay on message. President Trump does have a very good agenda that he can run on, and all of these Republican candidates can drill down on. And I think that we can win. We just have to stay focused. And I'm excited to see what happens in November. And it's exciting to see him rallying even today in South Carolina with Darlene.
Exactly. And we'll see if there are any more rallies from now until Election Day, November 3rd of this year. Conservative journalist and RSBN writer Summer Lane, thanks again for joining us here on Right Side.
Thank you.
Definitely. Awesome stuff. All the way out in California. Let's go from California all the way to the other side of the country, right there to South Carolina, specifically, again, Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Now, this convention center is literally 2 blocks from the beach. I have not been to the beach yet this summer. And time's a ticking because August is winding down slowly. It's August 21st. But anyway, so we're going to see the president at 7 o'clock Eastern. Now, the president is not there yet because that presidential seal is not on the podium. So that's kind of a couple signs that we kind of look out for. And also, when you see the Secret Service start to kind of move around in certain areas, then you start knowing, okay, the 47th Commander-in-Chief is in the building. Look at the crowd. Packed house there in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. This is RSBN Live. We have much more to come. I'm Matthew Alvarez. We'll be right back.
Hey y'all, it's Bill. Look, don't forget to watch my show right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's imperative that you do so, okay? Bye.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
My Pillow's second annual mega sale is finally here. Get our patented premium My Pillows that adjust your exact individual needs to give you the best sleep of your life.
When I got my pillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well rested in the morning.
I guarantee they're going to be the most comfortable pillows you'll ever own. King size only $24.98, queen size only $19.98. Giza Dream bed sheets, the best sheets in history, as low as $29.98. Lux Beer 6-piece towel sets, towels that actually dry you. What a concept. Now only $39.98. And our made in the USA mattresses and mattress toppers as low as $99.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. Plus free shipping options available when you order today. So don't delay, order now.
Parents, grandparents, and patriots. Socialists are winning primaries and gaining real power ahead of the 2026 midterms. If they win more seats, danger, disorder, and decline will shape your kids' future. That's why we're giving away the Kids Guide to Fighting Socialism for free. It shows children how socialism creeps in, why it fails, and why freedom and hard work matter. You care about their future. Don't let them grow up without the truth. Order your free guide now at kidsfightingsocialism.com. That's kidsfightingsocialism.com.
Welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network. I can just stop talking and just look because I love seeing what I'm seeing right now. And it's great to see these rallies still happening. Can you believe it? 2015, all the way through now. That logo that you see on the bottom left of your screen, RSBN, just imagine, just the amount of speeches, the amount of chants of USA, the amount of hearing from we the people outside of venues all across the United States of America. This is what it's all about. This is us. This is we the people. And even if you haven't been to an event, this is still what we're talking about is God, family, country, we the people, freedom, all the things. If you're expecting some really, some scientific answer, because common sense is common sense. We love our families. We want the best for them. We want our freedoms. We want to be able to say we love the Constitution, and we might not like this particular law that somebody's trying to push from some other country and not have a problem with that. That is not the way it is in other countries in the sense of being able to have freedom just of speech. You guys know that. That's why we keep on keeping on here on RSBN and conservative media. Again, this is not, and I've said it before, we don't play TV. I'm not playing TV here. I don't have a teleprompter I'm reading from on the camera. There is a screen behind the camera where I can check out some notes or some sponsor, scripts and that kind of thing. But just being real with you guys, because that's what it's about. For years and years and years, all you guys saw and all I saw were these people that were sitting in these great studios always being like, here's the news of the day. And they would forget to cover a story that was really, really important for the American people, And so, as I mentioned earlier in the broadcast, I've worked in mainstream media, local news throughout the country, that kind of thing. And before we get to our sponsors, I just want to share this quick story. The fact that when President Trump won in 2016 against Hillary Clinton, when I went to work the next day, those that were really liberal did not show up to work. Their computers were off. Their chairs were pushed into the desks. How could Donald Trump win that election? I can't believe it. Oh my. Anyway, I don't know. Just happy on a Friday here, guys. Glad you're here with us. Let's go to a few of our sponsors in the meantime. Let's go to allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. You know, we've talked about All Family Pharmacy before, and there's a reason we keep returning to them because, in my opinion, they're one of the best pharmacies in the country because they believe Americans should have more freedom, more choice when it comes to their health care. They stand for medical freedom and work to make trusted medications easier to access without all the unnecessary runaround. So when life throws you a curveball and your health suddenly becomes a priority, you'll want a pharmacy that's ready to help. From connecting you with licensed medical providers when appropriate, to fast shipping options, to knowledgeable support when you have questions, All Family Pharmacy is there when you need them. They have a full catalog of more than 400 medications, from everyday essentials to antibiotics, ivermectin, NAD+, how about GLP-1 options, peptides, the list goes on. It's the kind of company you hope you never need an emergency, but you're glad you have it if you do need it. So check them out and find the medications you may need for your family. Visit allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Use the promo code RSBN10. You get that 10% off on your order. And then also, if you have any questions, you can actually talk to somebody. 561-717-6794. 561-717-6794. Again, that's allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Let's go to one more sponsor here before we go on to some more interviews and before we get to the 5:30 start time, which is the pre-program there in Myrtle Beach. You know, we spend a lot of time preparing for storms, power outages, all kinds of unexpected situations. But one thing most families never think about is what happens in those first critical minutes after a serious accident. And that's exactly why the First Hour Trauma Kit was created. It's not just another first aid kit. It's packed with, get this, 82 life-saving tools, including a professional emergency tourniquet, chest seals, a splint, trauma bandages, and other equipment designed to help you respond before first responders can arrive. Because those first few minutes can be incredibly, critically important. Whether it's a car accident, a bad fall, a workplace injury, or an outdoor emergency, having the right equipment available can make all the difference while you're waiting for professional medical help. And because you're watching RSBN right now, whether live or on replay, there's a special opportunity for our audience. Just head on over to firsthour.com or simply scan that QR code that you see on the screen there to get more information and also get your trauma kit today. Don't wait until an emergency happens to wish you were prepared. Just join the thousands of Americans who have already added the First Hour Trauma Kit to their home, vehicle, or their range bag. Visit firsthour.com today, because with First Hour, don't just hope you're prepared, know you are. Another great sponsor here on Right Side Broadcasting Network, as we are live as it is, 5:12 Eastern Time. Let's go now to someone that I have a lot of respect for. Joining us now is someone who also knows all too much about communism, a great American patriot, United States citizen who years ago escaped communist China. You see her now. G. Van Fleet is joining us once again. Thank you so much for joining us, G.
Oh, thank you for having me.
Definitely. And I know you've been on the broadcast before, but now we keep hearing about, oh, it's socialism, communism, Marxism, Sharia law, all these things are on the ballot, it seems, in November. Let's just kind of remind everyone, even though a lot of people don't need the reminder, but you have lived the communist thing and you got away from it. Can you talk to us about the importance of what this DSA and all these people are talking about out there?
Yes. And I started my activism actually is in 2021 when I went to as a school board to give that 1-minute speech, and then I went viral and I found myself accidentally become an activist. At that time, very few people were using the word communism, and I when I do that, the people say probably don't use it because that people were thinking that's kind of weird to use communism, and then people were thinking about the 50s, but it is communism. Now we hear it. Not that we hear it. We hear people call themselves communists and socialists. And this is just absolutely terrifying. And it's developing very, very fast. Just in a couple of years, that it become mainstream. That we have a socialist and communist mayor running our greatest city, greatest capitalist city. This is terrifying. And people have no idea. Yesterday, I was just talking to a Uber driver, and he told me he's from Ethiopia. He's a legal immigrant. He said, "I don't like communism, but Mondani is not a communist. He wants to use government to do good things for people." I said, here's the catch. Every communist regime started with a promise. Always, always. In China, what did they promise? They promised the poor peasants free land. And that's how they can gather all the support from the peasants and got power. And what they do? They starved up to 50 million peasants to death. That's what communism is about. It's about power. They promise the heaven, and once they get power, they will use that power to control everything. And always, always, the end result is misery and death.
Exactly right. And history proves it. There's receipts, there's truth, there's all the evidence of that happening over the decades. And yesterday on the network, we were airing something from one of the representatives, a Republican representative, had a video of a Zoom call with the DSA, the Democrat Socialists of America. And there was about 5 people on the picture there or whatever. And the person was saying that the utter hatred, they said, of the Constitution of the United States, and that they wanted that to be out of here. So you haven't lived under communist rule. Xi, how does that make you feel when you hear that there's somebody in this country that has some sort of platform that says they want that kind of way in the US of A?
Yes, I heard that. I watched that clip. And this is the thing. Communism always, always consider America their number one enemy. From Russia and China, it's always. Why? Because America stands for two things that they fear the most. It stands for Christianity, and it stands for free society and capitalism. Those are the things that they hated most. And their goal is really to get rid of first of all, Christianity, because that's the foundation of this country. And then they want to get rid of capitalism. Why? Because they want to control. Capitalism is about freedom. You have a choice. You can make a choice, even the choice to fail, but you can make that choice. You can succeed or you can fail. But under communism, there's no choice. It's about control. That is my experience under Mao. I have no choice. I was told what to do, what I can have, what I can think, what I can say. I never had a choice. I did not even know it. I was born into it until I left China and I realized that I really had no control of my life whatsoever. It is, I belong to the party, belong to the state. And that is my experience. It always leads to total control. And the free stuff always turned out to be poverty for everyone. And why people don't know? Because it's not taught in school. That is really, really, to me, the, uh, the problem. The problem is we don't have control of our educational institution. We have to take it back. Take back our school, take back our universities.
Exactly, 100%. I'm sure people that are watching right now are saying amen to that. How about the social credit scores and other things that you have to abide by in China? So, Xi, if you, me, and a crew of people from Right Side and maybe a handful of people from just other places across the country that are conservatives, right? And we all travel to Beijing, and maybe we try to talk to people there about what it's like to live there under communist rule. Are they afraid to talk? Would they be afraid to talk to us? Can you give us a little bit of insight? I've never been to China. I've been to Indonesia, just on an airplane ride to Australia, but never China.
You not miss much fun, but you miss witness the tyranny. Yes, they are tightening up right now. They're tightening up about surveillance, and they tightening up of whether people can have this a passport. Passport now is being like if you're a government employee, your passport has to be handed in to your business or organizations or your boss. Basically, you can. Very soon, we're going to see a China similar to what I experienced in China under Mao. They're going to tighten up, and especially now, they don't want people, the scientists, to leave the country, and they're afraid that they will stay and do not come back. So it's all about control. That's the word. When you think about it, you're going to get leader like a Mondani that promise everything, you absolutely hand over the power to them. So because, as he said, the government is the key. The government, there's no problem too big for the government to solve, and there's no concern too small for the government to care about. That's his quote. When you give your power to them, and the government will control everything, they will not deliver what you thought they would. They're going to what you're going to get is you're not going to get the free stuff, and you're not get your liberty back.
And what's it like for you, finally, Xi, to have freedom in the United States of America and to be a citizen here on this awesome, great land?
I want to warn people. That's why I work so hard. And I wrote 2 books. I'm still working on and getting more information out to educate people, to know the real history, to listen to the people. It's not that long ago. I'm still alive. I'm still not that old. And I experienced things that so many Americans have no idea. And that's the problem. They need to learn history. There's no new thing under the sun. All those things they promised have been tried, and the failure is the norm. Every communist regime failed exact the same way.
They have failed so many times. We even have a sponsor that talks about the Kid's Guide to Fighting Socialism, to your point about the education system and getting rid of the corruption that's in there with the brainwashing that we're seeing that's out there. Xi Van Fleet, thank you so much for being a great American patriot, a citizen of this country, and you're in a free nation. We want it to continue for another 250 years. Amen.
Must keep it free. Thank you.
Amen. Xi Van Fleet, thank you so much for joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, we know that the upcoming midterm election on the ballot, of course, we're looking at conservatism, freedom against socialism, communism, and the list goes on. And then we'll see what happens in 2028 for the presidential as well. Let's take a live listen in to Myrtle Beach right now as it's 5:23 Eastern Time, Friday, August 21st. Of course, we're about 8 minutes from seeing some of the pre-programmed speakers there in South Carolina. Of course, President Trump will speak at 7 o'clock. Maybe, I'm not sure if we can hear any of the crowd right now. Yep, we can. It's just great to listen in. I just turned up the volume on my ear so I can actually hear it real quick. Just good times there. You know, every time everybody's checking USA or just music, the playlist alone, as you guys have seen over the years here on RSBN, just good vibes, good times right there in South Carolina. All right, so I know that we're going to be starting at about 5:30. So here's the thing. I think we have time for Dr. Sebastian Gorka, the Deputy Assistant to the President, Senior Director for Counterterrorism within the National Security Council. He joined us recently. We're going to go to that interview. If the pre-program starts, you know, towards the end of that interview with Dr. Gorka, we'll cut to the stuff in South Carolina because this interview has played before and it's on X if you want to check it out. But just to fill the time from now until then, let's go to Sebastian Gorka. Thanks so much for joining us.
Pleasure is mine. Thank you for having me.
Definitely. All right. So we know that we've been hearing about the Save America Act a lot as we have 77 days until that big election. Is it going to turn into a law, or do we just have to pivot and figure something else out? At least maybe get voter ID or something, sir.
Yeah, I'm here to talk counterterrorism as Senior Director for Counterterrorism. So stuff like that is not part of my remit. But, you know, as a taxpayer, as an American citizen, I ideally hope so because we need to have voter integrity.
Exactly. So now that President Trump has been sworn in, of course, for that second time last year, we saw the national emergency be declared on the southern border. That must make your guys' job a little bit easier, knowing that there's not an influx of people coming in on that southern border.
Well, isn't it interesting how we were told for nigh on 4 years that it can't be solved without Congress and you have to have new laws. And all it took was an election and a new president, or rather a returning president. It's wonderful to see the press gaggles that he holds, when even he is stunned by the figures. He says, "Can that be true? Zero releases of illegals." Well, guess what? When you, President Trump, pick the A team, whether it's Tom Homan as the border czar, whether it's Senator Mullen as the new Secretary of Homeland Security, or my colleague in the White House, the unstoppable freight trade, that is Stephen Miller, the Homeland Security Advisor, that's what happens. The border is sealed, and we don't have tens of millions of illegals coming into the country as happened under Biden's watch, or rather as he slept and as Kamala Harris was the fake AWOL borders czar.
Yeah, that was an absolute joke, as you know, sir. And when we shift into the borders of our country, seeing the National Guard in D.C. and Memphis has been awesome. Why don't you think Chicago, New York, and LA people have gotten the message when it comes to the political leadership there?
Well, look, I think, and here I'll veer off slightly into the realm of party politics in full respect for the Hatch Act. Just as an American, an observer of the American scene, what have we witnessed? We've witnessed a Democrat Party that's been captured by the radicals. I have this strange idea. I don't know if you agree with it. I would like to have two parties in America, both of which actually love the country. We can have debates about policies, tax increments, or what you're going to do with tariffs, or what the vaccine regime should be. But both parties should love the country. But the really crucial thing we've witnessed in the last 18 months, since the inauguration, since my boss was sworn back into office, is that one party has doubled down or tripled down. You see the DSA wins, and what are we seeing? People who say no borders, who say we don't need a Senate, we don't need a Supreme Court. That's the insanity of the left. I guess the lunatics have taken over the asylum.
Well, we hope that they don't win coming up, of course, in the midterms. I saw a recent X post where you referred to President Trump saving the lives of 110 Americans in 18 months. Can you elaborate for our viewers?
No, I'd be delighted, because we're moving so fast. It's truly hard to keep up with what the president is doing. So I'm in charge of counterterrorism for the president and the National Security Council, with my immediate boss being Secretary Rubio, who is the National Security Advisor as well as the Secretary of State. And underneath counterterrorism, also we are responsible for hostage affairs. And since the president was sworn back into office, as of just last week, where we had two Americans brought home, one from Russia and one from Africa, 110 Americans have been rescued and liberated, wrongfully detained or hostages. That no other president has brought home more than 100 Americans in a year and a half. And let me just mention one more unclassified piece of information your viewers should be aware of. In addition to the 110 Americans, former hostages brought home, our brave forces, and this is outside of the operations against Iran, our brave forces have killed 1,068 jihadis around the globe, jihadis who had killed Americans or who were plotting to kill Americans. So whichever way you slice it, President Trump is breaking records, because that's who he is.
And let's speak about the president. Since 2015 to this day today, there are a number of highlights of victories, of accomplishments that I know you've seen even prior to the job you have now there in Washington. Can you share with us some of the highlights that come to mind since 2015 to 2026 and ideally beyond, all the way up to 2028, of course?
Well, I don't know if you have another 6 hours for our discussion. Look, I live what is called skiff life with my colleagues and I, where our work is classified. So we live inside these compartmented classified facilities. We have to leave our cell phones outside, And then we come out of the skiff a couple of times a day and we check our cell phones, and it's like, oh my Lord, what did he do now? It's peace deal number 8. If a president has one peace deal in an 8-year term, okay, not too bad. Maybe somebody's going to nominate him for the Nobel Peace Prize. Our president, this unstoppable force of nature, has brought 8 peace deals to the table. Ones that even if you told me, and I've known the president for 11 years now, even if you told me that, you know, Armenia and Azerbaijan would come to the peace table, I would have said, no, that's intractable, that's impossible. Or Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of Congo, I would have said, yeah, maybe after 8 years we could do that, or maybe the next Republican president. No, President Trump puts 8 on the table. He has the Abraham Accords going to the next level with Sharm el-Sheikh. We have, God willing, very soon, a deal between Russia and Ukraine. So whether it's the tariff system, peace deals, I don't know how much of a nerd or a wonk you are. I'm super excited about these small nuclear modular reactors that will be a game changer for rural communities, for data storage and processing, or AI, or the cyber advances the president has been promoting. So wherever you look, not just in national security, this man, President Trump, is making historic changes that will affect America for the better for the next 50 to 100 years. It is such an exciting time to be alive and to be in America.
And then on top of that, within national security, it seems like this federal government has foiled countless plots against the American people. Let's dive into some of those. I mean, that's great to see, of course, talking about safety.
Yeah, I recommend everybody, don't just follow me on X at Seb Gorka, but follow my friend, the director of the FBI, Kash Patel. He's got a pretty good social media game. And every week, on multiple occasions, he'll give you the stats, because you won't get it on the fake news lying legacy media. And he'll say how many criminals we've arrested, the 80-year record in crime rates dropping, whether it's the cartel members who've been neutralized, or whether, to your point, the scores of terrorist attacks that have been foiled. I was right there on the South Lawn for the UFC cage fight with the president.
All right, as I mentioned there, of course, the pre-program is starting. That interview with Sebastian Gorka, of course, you can catch that online. It aired the other day. Wanted to share that with you again. Let's go to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina.
Has given us today as we gather here in the greatest state in this country, South Carolina. Someone told me that it's also known as Graham Country. What a blessing to be in the greatest country in the world. A country led by one of the greatest presidents to ever lead it before. He's a Mount Rushmore type of president. President Donald Trump has done more for the church and religious liberties than any other president in my lifetime. And I'm honored to be here today to open with a word of prayer. So let us pray. Heavenly Father, creator of the heavens and the earth, we humbly come before you today asking for your wisdom and guidance. We need clarity today as we, the people, seek to place in leadership those who will hear and heed your voice. As our communities face the uncertainty of today's skewed landscape of a worldview steeped in humanism, let us instead find certainty in your guidance as your Spirit leads us forward with principles and precepts based upon your eternal word. Stay the hands of those who would attempt to bring darkness to the shores of this country that continues to be a shining city on a hill that lights the path, pointing the world to hope, pointing the world to a more excellent way, pointing the world to you. We pray you lift up leaders who are not afraid, Leaders not afraid to stand against the greed and avarice of those willingly wielding the scalpel that destroys forever the lives of confused children. Leaders who are not afraid to stand against those who will label Christians as enemies of the state. Leaders who are not afraid to stand against the attempt to bring godless Marxism and communism to our land. Oh God, raise up those leaders. And now, I ask that you continue to grant wisdom for President Donald Trump as he leads this great nation with the continued surety that he has shown. I ask that you would guide and lead Senator Graham as she navigates the halls of Congress, as she navigates the tumultuous waters of the world of politics, as she navigates the relationships that she will need to accomplish what you desire in this world through this nation. May you be her compass. I pray all these things in the mighty, loving name of your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Please welcome Captain U.S. Navy retired Jerry Robner to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
We have any veterans out there? Any veterans? Is this the greatest president we've ever had for veterans? Please salute with me the Pledge of Allegiance if you're a veteran. Thank you. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all.
Please welcome Robbie Taylor to lead us in the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight for the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Please welcome Republican nominee for South Carolina's 1st Congressional District, Jenny Honeycutt.
Hey, South Carolina, you ready to get it started? My name is Jenny Honeycutt. I am a proud, lifelong Low Country resident, a wife, a mom, a small businesswoman, an attorney, and a girls sports coach. I am also the Low Country's Republican nominee for Congress, and I am ready to give the Low Country, our great state of South Carolina, and our nation the serious, steady, conservative leadership it deserves in Congress. I am honored to be here today to support a fellow volleyball mom and strong advocate for everyday South Carolinians, Senator Darlene Graham. Senator Graham, just as I am, is committed to waking up every day, ready to fight for our families, our values, and the future of the state we love, fighting for common sense. If you agree common sense is worth fighting for, let me hear you make some noise. Common sense is why our republic exists. Thomas Paine wrote a pamphlet called Common Sense, and suddenly a group of tentative colonists were inspired to be brave enough to declare independence. Common sense is a source of courage. But today, the radical left is trying to erode common sense. The left opposes the Save America Act, which Senator Darlene Graham has co-sponsored. The act would ensure only American citizens can vote, and it would protect election integrity. The left opposes President Trump's working family tax cuts. They oppose the president's tax cuts on tips and overtime. They have allowed their party to be taken over by socialists who want to weaken our military, weaken our law enforcement, and weaken our communities. We cannot let this happen. We must win in November, and we must fight for common sense. So I need to ask you, do you think it's common sense that biological males do not belong in girls' sports? Good. As a former college athlete and a girls' sports coach and a mother, I know our daughters deserve fair competition, safe spaces, and the chance to succeed on a level playing field. President Trump and Senator Darlene Graham and I will go to protect women's sports and never apologize for saying so. Second question, do you agree that it's common sense to stand firmly with the men and women who wear uniform and protect our nation and local communities? As the daughter and granddaughter of veterans, I know all who wear and have worn the uniform deserve the best resources and a country that has their backs. Like President Trump and Senator Darlene Graham, I stand with our troops, our veterans, and their families every single day. Last question. Do you agree it's common sense to let hardworking people keep more of what they earn? The president's historic tax cuts, particularly those who earn tips and overtime, that Senator Darlene Graham also strongly supports, are game changers for South Carolina's hospitality workers who work long hours to keep our economy booming. They also help our law enforcement officers, firefighters, and other first responders who put in the overtime to keep us safe. And they put more money in the pockets of working families across South Carolina. That's not just policy, That's common sense. Respect for the people who keep this economy moving. Common sense solutions. It's what President Trump and Senator Darlene Graham are fighting for every day. We must ensure common sense remains common. It's why you need to vote Tuesday in the special election. And it's why you need to vote in November. Our children, our veterans, and our working family neighbors are counting on you. Thank you for standing for common sense. May God bless you. May God bless the great state of South Carolina, and may God bless the United States of America.
Please welcome Republican nominee for South Carolina's Agricultural Commissioner, Cody Simpson.
A crowd. This is America. I wish you were standing right here to see all my wonderful friends and family. What a great day it is to be in South Carolina. I want to thank President Trump and Senator Darlene Graham for giving rural South Carolina a voice tonight. Agriculture is South Carolina's #1 economic engine, generating close to $52 billion impact on our state. And we are so fortunate that Senator Lindsey Graham understood that, and he fought for it. He fought for our families, for my family, and our way of life. He was a warrior for us all. He was truly, truly a son of South Carolina. And we're going to miss him. But this battle is far from over. The battle of our republic is in our very hands. And what we have to do is stand up against these socialist Democrats who want to take our land and control our grocery stores. Well, not on my watch. They better not mess with the Piggly Wiggly because I'm always big on the pig. And I'm here to tell you that we have got to fight against them because it is our same very ancestors who fought for this country, who sacrificed for it. And as President Reagan said, our ancestors died for it. I'm here to tell you that we have no finer leader that can accomplish more, who's willing to fight, who's from the backcountry of South Carolina, who helped fight and win our nation's independence. And I'm here to tell you, it is not only in Senator Graham's heritage, but her mission is to fight for South Carolina, just like those ancestors did many years ago, and just like President Trump is doing right now on behalf of our country.
I am so sorry, guys.
I'm so happy that Senator Graham has asked and called on a national ban of these foreign adversarial lands of China. Chinese communists have no business in the state of South Carolina, much less in our entire country. Unfortunately, they even own land around my farm, and their speakers placed there in Sumter County near Shaw Air
Hey,
Force
sweetest
Base.
cheeks.
Well, I am so happy that Senator Graham has called
Tommy,
on that ban,
doctor still here?
and we cannot
Trey,
afford to
T-Ray,
allow
Trey,
the countries of Iran, Cuba, North
Latoya.
Korea, Russia, and China, as I mentioned, to have any of these land holdings. Where these Chinese, unfortunately,
Gene?
own close to 200.
Oh, I saw your video, Gene. Very good. Still at it.
This country.
I'm I'm not feeling that great today, but a little better. Thank you.
Security. And we not only need to ban it, but we need to take our land back. I think it's now more than ever that we protect and preserve our farmlands and our way of life.
Oh, nice,
And
Gene.
that is why we need to support President Trump, who is protecting our same
I'm glad you're looking into
heritage.
doing something besides MMA because that's such a short career, right?
Here tonight has been farming the same land since
Wake and bake. I'm just lucky to wake. Oh, I'm under the weather. I've been working hard every day. I guess it caught up to me. I never sleep during the day. Oh. So I'm going to hold off on the waking and baking. I'm just happy I'm awake. All right. I'm going to get something to drink. I'm parched. Shoot.
You and I is filled with patriots to never apologize for who we are or where we came from. Because we are the shining beacon across the entire country, and who we send to Washington is the representation that every single state envies who we are and which they have. I want to tell you, that is who we are. We've got to make sure that those people who are moving in here by the droves, that they understand our way of life. But we also have to be mindful of those folks out of our state and another DC organizations trying to tell us who we are. Well, not on my watch and not on your watch. We are not going to allow these folks to tell us who to vote for, because these same very organizations, they never even stood on South Carolina soil. And I'm here to tell you that these folks, unfortunately, as I mentioned, they want to change our way of life. But could you believe that some of these folks, even those folks in Washington, like the Supreme Court Justice, she doesn't even know the definition of a woman. Well, we tell those folks out on our farm, if they get confused, you go out there and try milking that bull. So I, again, am so happy to be here amongst our wonderful patriots. These wonderful people, because we are family here. And it is an honor, a true honor to have President Trump.
It's a true honor to wake up to you.
That of the importance
Chat.
of him being here shows so much of how much he cares.
Thank you,
This
Mama.
president cares. This president's administration cares. And not long ago, I want to wrap up to the American dream is still alive and well. And not long ago, this old country boy left his farm 2
Yeehaw.
miles on a dirt road. I got in our pickup truck and went to Washington.
Did you say Piggly Wiggly? You guys have that down there, huh? I didn't see one in Florida.
Of the leader of the free world, Donald J. Trump. Only in America. He is the greatest president. He is the greatest president that
Since
agriculture
sliced bread,
has
right?
ever had. And I want to ask you, as this old country boy, I'm asking you to get out and support and vote for Senator Darlene Graham for 6 more years.
Let's go.
We trust Trump.
I wouldn't go that far.
Make agriculture great again.
All right.
South Carolina.
All right. Did you eat yet today? Yes. I ate 4 ice cream bars. And
United States Senator from Wyoming, John Barrasso.
2 of these. 2 of these. Thank you, Mama. Yeah, you and me both, sweetest cheek. Did she call me twice? Because I didn't get up for the second call. I was so beat.
South Carolina and Wyoming have a lot in common
She wakes me up. Someone called me a boy. I said, "Oh boy, that's not what's going on."
Both states are deep red, and both states love President Trump. I'm here supporting Darlene Graham for the United States Senate, and as you know, election
Oh,
day
another
is
classic
Tuesday,
car.
and I'm asking
Dang.
each and every one of you to go out and vote for Darlene. If you haven't already, vote for her on Tuesday. She and President Trump have a lot in common. In Wyoming, we call it the cowboy code, which is they live each day with courage, they take pride in their work, and they do what needs to be done. President Trump has been doing that every day in office. Darlene Graham has been doing it every day of her life. Darlene is already making a consequential commitment and contribution in the United States Senate. Just 1.5 weeks ago, she cast the decisive vote for Todd Blanche to get him confirmed Attorney General for President Trump. The vote was 50 to 49, and as the newest senator, she was vote number 50. You know her life story. She was raised behind the bar, the pool hall, the liquor store.
Does anyone know what kind of car that is?
Hard life, a tough life, hard work.
What a classic, huh?
And then at age 11, she lost her mother. And 16 months later,
Oh,
she
thank
lost
you, Christy.
her father. That tragedy
Feeling a little
set
better.
some
Thank you,
people back
Christy.
forever.
Hey,
Darlene was a
Alex.
fighter.
Thunderbird, thank
She
you.
got her education, began working with the state to help people.
Oh, the convertible threw me off. Yes, I had a Thunderbird, but not a convertible. That is beautiful car.
In a senator that someone helps others find
Look at that bumper, huh?
independent.
Wow. Chrome bumper with the wings on them.
You know
Wow.
the history of this state. You know that the backbone of American liberty came from South Carolina. We just celebrated 250 years of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. The president
That's not bad.
had a great celebration.
Oh, you talk about a brand new one? I bet you that one's worth more than 22,000.
Were from South Carolina.
They're still making them, huh?
The youngest, 26 years old, Edward Rutledge, was from South Carolina. Those four signers, and we heard from the minister.
I'm just going back to see who was here when I was sleeping.
They talk about the creator of the Declaration of Independence, endowed by our creator, certain unalienable rights.
I see Latoya's feeling pretty good. You were talking a lot. Nice.
They fought for our freedoms and our liberty. And when those four from
Thank
South
you, guys.
Carolina signed it, the last line says, we pledge to each other our lives, our fortune, and our sacred honor. Well, when the British came into South Carolina, they captured them. They put them in prison for 14 months. They suffered mightily. But as a
See some
result of
new
their commitment,
names
we
and
have now
faces in the chat.
250
Nice.
years of freedom, liberty, and American greatness. And that's what's at stake in this election in 2026. The Democrats have been nominating people so far.
Yeah, I would guess that's in the 60s. Maybe early 70s. I'm going to say 60s, final answer.
They want to raise everyone's taxes here to pay for health care for illegal immigrants.
Yeah.
They want to end the military. They want to end immigrations and customs.
Maybe a 64?
Police. They are
I'm not sure.
They are extreme. They are dangerous. They are scary. Are we going to let them take back the
I'm
House?
sure you got it.
Are we going to let them take the Senate?
Anyone know what year Thunderbird, T-Bird? See if I have a better picture.
I'm here with all of you today.
Oh, I'll show you the front.
To vote for Darlene Graham.
Darlene Graham.
She has spent her whole life working for people in South Carolina.
Oh,
Tim Scott.
we just buffered.
Mature, experienced, respected voice.
66. Thank you, Christy.
He needs Darlene Graham.
Yeah, that's what I thought too, right? 60. Is that what I said? I'm guessing.
In just a few moments, President Trump.
Happy Friday to you, Alex.
You heard that President Trump is going to be here this evening.
I'm guessing though.
He is going to ask you to support Darlene Graham. He's saying,
wow, President Trump hasn't come on yet? 6 o'clock?
Let us fight to make sure that America's freedom, liberty, and greatness goes for another 250 years. Thanks so much for letting me join you today.
I don't know if we're going to go another 250, but I'm glad we made it to 250. That'd be nice. With the same Constitution, another 250, I don't know if we can do it. Well, it's ever evolving, right? The Constitution.
Please welcome United States Senator Tim Scott.
Oh. They always cut off the music right away. I got to see Tim Scott. He comes out to this song? What? Oh, that Tim Scott. I was thinking about the other guy, the white guy, the weird looking, what's his name? Gotta have the token black guy, right? For the Republican Party. Such a scam. They don't care about it. Oh.
I said hello to Myrtle Beach. I love it. All right.
I'm sorry, Chad.
Questions for you.
Saltwater taffy, nothing better.
How many of you love Jesus?
Well, amen to that.
Oh, yeah. I'm talking about the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords, the Alpha and the
YMCA.
That's America.
Yes.
America was founded upon Judeo-Christian values. And we should stand until the cows come home.
Moo.
And my second question. How many of you thoroughly and completely support the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump? I'm here to tell you, we as Republicans need to unite.
Oh, I'll show you another nice car.
President Donald J. Trump.
I think it's a 69.
On Sundays.
Yeah.
I'll tell you the truth.
Man,
The first question
picks up so many nice cars.
I asked Senator Darlene Graham.
Oops.
Was a simple question.
I'm way behind on my.
I didn't endorse her during the first period of time.
Why not?
I wanted to wait and see how she operated as a senator.
Smart.
I wanted to see with my own eyes that she was the real deal. I'm here to tell you, Darlene Graham supports President Donald J. Trump every day on every major issue, and that's why I endorse Darlene Graham.
I used to have this car, guys. I think it's a 69 Coupe de Ville.
To Darlene was a simple question. Will you do whatever it takes to make Save America act the law of America? And she said yes.
She said yes.
She said yes.
What?
We must have a united Republican Party to get.
Look at the whale's tail on that.
And Darlene Graham will help us get the job done. I'm telling you.
Thank you, Darlene.
Faces.
Look at this car.
Threats we've seen in my lifetime. DS.
Wait till you see this car.
they have lost their minds on the Democrat side.
Easy.
Only a united Republican Party can stop the most deranged candidate
That's
this
a
nation
car.
has ever seen, from Troy Jackson in Maine to
Troy Jackson from Maine. He's not elected yet.
Saeed.
He's trying to get elected.
Here's a candidate who says he supports Sharia law.
What?
We
Get him
got
out of there.
Roy Cooper in North Carolina who believes that boys should compete against girls in sports. No! We have crazy candidates in Florida who want to defund the police.
Yeah, that's where they went too far. Boys and girls sports and what he just said.
Stop this madness from spreading.
It's almost like they want to lose every other time. You know, it's a game. They're both in it together.
Who believe in the Constitution of the United States, who believe in the founding fathers and the Judeo-Christian solid foundation on which we stand. We must stand united behind Donald J. Trump.
Well, you had me till you said that. You know, wouldn't that be great if Donald was trolling us this whole time and he just said, you know what? I've been trolling you guys for 10 years plus. Let's unite. I'm not going to call them Democrats. And you guys are going to be all kumbaya. Let's just be in cahoots together. King of Kings. Of America. God bless you. King of Kings. Did he just? Oh, he's talking about God. Yeah. Only 4 people here. All right, guys, we're gonna end it. I'm gonna come back at 7-Eleven.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Congressman Russell Fry.
They cut it off right at. You guys want to stay? Yeah, let's stay. Screw it. I just don't see the chat moving. Alex is keeping it strong. Sweetest cheeks. Christy, let's go. Oh, now they're starting to come back in. Eye of the Tiger. Eye of the Tiger. Boy, they're having bad luck with this.
How are we doing, Myrtle Beach?
Oh, this guy.
I think we got a crowd here, guys.
I think you're right.
Is this Donald Trump country or what?
It is.
You know, I've been traveling all over South Carolina lately, fueled by adrenaline, Celsius energy drink, and I'm reminded of a few things. First, South Carolina is the greatest state in this country. Can I get an amen?
Amen. No, Maine.
It's
Come
always
on now.
good to be home because Washington, D.C. is just a little bit crazy.
Just a little.
And third, those of you who live here know traffic on 501 is a little slow, but Congress is a little slower. Speaking of roads,
That's the way it was designed, right?
that we need to build more roads in South Carolina, like I-73.
Checks and balances. Works for me.
But there's a sweetener, because the road was just renamed for our favorite president, now known as the President Donald J. Trump.
Yeah, they're like driving a bus. Yeah, they don't hit. They look nice, but yeah.
Trump helped get the permits. All we got to do is build it. Are y'all ready to build the road? Let's chant it together. Build the road.
Build the wall. Build the wall.
There we go.
Joe Biden heard that from his basement in Delaware. Good job. This is it.
Way to unite.
I'm a cool dad to a little man named James. Or not a cool dad. I'm just a dad to a cool.
Do you know that my family's divided because of Donald J. Trump, partially?
Down the road in Surfside Beach, South Carolina. One of my Surfside people.
I let them know I was not a fan many years ago, and that was it. I haven't talked to some of them since.
But we had our faith, we had our family, and we had just a little bit of that true American grit. And we understand something that apparently is controversial in Washington these days.
Fun fact.
That if you want something,
Pines, you need to get drunk. William Walsh.
that's South Carolina.
Losing viewers. How about my last couple streams, William? Come on now. I think I found my lane, is what I think I found. William, you need to get drunk. Well, you always are drunk, but you need to start your own stream. F, buddy. William Walsh, 2026. Let's go. I'd watch that. Maybe.
You know, too many politicians get elected. They got a lot of fire. They got a lot of energy. And then they get to Washington or wherever they're going, and nothing happens. Nothing. You know what I'm talking about. Before long, they're just a highly subsidized piece of office furniture in Washington, D.C. with a voting card. That's all. You see,
yeah, I did that, done that.
Conservative votes. You need to.
I got the shirt. I can't top my Florida trip. Are you kidding me? Come on now.
You know, this year, I work on a bill on human trafficking. Terrible injustice in our country and around the world. And I stood in the Oval Office as President Donald Trump
Now,
signed
who is this guy? Is he a politician?
Human trafficking bill that I had authored.
I recognize him,
He
but
passed it. He signed it. That's a result. And then we passed the one big beautiful bill. The one big beautiful bill, okay. Not two bills, but one bill.
oh, he's a comedian too.
Generational effort on tax reform for hardworking American families. No tax on tips. No tax on overtime. No tax on.
He may get in trouble for mocking him.
That is a result. Remember when Biden busted open the border? Crime, fentanyl, chaos in every single community in this country.
All right, guys, I'm going to get washed up. We'll be back at 7-Eleven. Peace.
Delivered again too by